Okay, let's try that again. Good afternoon and welcome to the June 11th Historic District Commission meeting workshop. My name is Christy Harpst and I'm the program manager for the Historic District Commission. And we have a number of items to go through today and we are also welcoming a workshop item. So I am going to start just really briefly. We have an intern this summer from UNCC. Her name is Michaela Brooks, and she comes to us by way of Ramona Bartos at SHPO connected us. So we are super excited for that connection and glad to have her here. She will be working on research around the historic districts and our 50th celebration that we'll be able to use next year in all sorts of fun things. But let's see here. Elizabeth, can you hand Michaela the mic? I'd love for Michaela to just introduce herself to you and tell you a little bit about what her program is at UNCC. Michaela?
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm Michaela Brooks. I am a graduate public history student at UNC Charlotte. And we work to make history accessible and relevant to the general public. Whether by museums, community projects, and I'm currently working on a personal community project in Albemarle, which is what got me interested in public history, specifically with the Rosenwald schools. So, yeah.
Thanks, Michaela. We're really glad to have her here. Chair Hawkins, did you want to say anything?
Just wanted to say welcome, Michaela. We're happy to have you. We're a friendly bunch. So if there's anything that we can do to be of help in your studies and in your work, please, feel free to use us as a resource. Glad to have you.
Thank you. So our attorney Jill reminded us that in our rules for procedure, we said we would be voting on officers at the June meeting. We are overachievers and did this earlier. So all we need to do is just have a reaffirmation vote. We're used to reaffirmations of the slate of officers for the new fiscal year starting July 1st. And as a reminder, the new officers are, would you like to announce it? Oh, okay. It's Shauna Bell as the chair, Nichelle Hawkins as vice chair, and Heather Wojcik as second vice chair. Would anyone like to make a motion to reaffirm the slate?
Hi, Commissioner Parati here. I would like to make a motion to reaffirm our slate of officers for the next fiscal year.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barr?
Try this. Yes.
Commissioner Barr said yes. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay. Another order of business is the Wesley Heights board seat. So this morning I received confirmation word from, we had appointed Andrew McClellan, or not appointed, recommended to city council for appointment. But Andrew has withdrawn, and we have a new applicant for the Wesley Heights board seat. We have Christopher Allred. He is a architect, and let me see, was he able to join us? He's here. Hi, Oh my gosh, welcome. Come on up. Surprise. Uh, if you could just turn the mic green. Thanks, Chris. So we have Chris here to talk with the board about and answer any questions about his interest and experience and any questions the board has about welcoming him as a potential new member for the Wesley Heights seat. So turning it over to the chair.
Well, before we go much further, I just want to, first of all, say how impressed I am that you are here in this room.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. And if there are other commissioners that would like to say something, please go ahead.
Yes, hi, Kim Parati here, Commissioner for the Wesley Heights seat. Andrew McClellan has a lot on his plate right now, and so is unable to move forward. However, he and Christopher live on the same street, and I had a wonderful conversation with Christopher, who has a wealth of experience in architecture. He's had experience coming before the commission. He's had experience working in other historic districts across the country. And I think most importantly, he has a desire to serve. So I'm very excited that we have not one, but two, and probably even more, right, Christopher, qualified applicants from the Wesley Heights neighborhood. So I'd just like to toss it over to Christopher to talk about his experience, both in presenting to historic districts, working in historic districts, and on his own personal projects.
Sure. Excuse me. I am a graduate of UNC Charlotte Architecture School. I've lived in Charlotte since 1993 when I moved here to attend the university. For the last several years, since 2018, I've lived in Wesley Heights. Before that, we lived in Fourth Ward, so I've had a lot of experience in historic districts within Charlotte. I've worked significantly with other historic districts across the southeast, including Charleston, on the peninsula, Mount Pleasant. I'm currently working on several projects with districts within southern Florida, Jacksonville, Coconut Point, Miami as well. Did significant work in Asheville and surrounding areas with design review boards, historic districts. So very, very familiar with working with the boards. Also have done personal projects at our residence in Wesley Heights that I've worked with several of the staff members here as well as some others. Have come before this board a couple of times several years ago in my position with the architecture firm that I work with, and including one that I worked with previously, FMK, doing some of the projects in Fourth Ward, the 715 North Church projects, some other projects around the area. So I'm very familiar with the process, working with and around the ordinances of several different boards and organizations. I've been interested in working on the historic district here in Charlotte for a couple of years. Having again gained interest with my time in Fourth Ward, and again as in my time in Wesley Heights since I moved there. So I was disappointed when Ms. Parati's tenure was coming up, but I was excited to be able to have the possibility to kind of serve my neighbors as well as the Charlotte community overall. And if there's any other question, I'm glad to answer.
Any questions?
I'll say that Commissioner Barth is also aware of Mr. Allred's experience. Since Commissioner Barth has no voice, I will voice his.
He's a good guy.
He's a good guy. Translation, he's a good guy is what Commissioner Barth said. And so he also echoed the sentiment that Christopher Allred would be a great commissioner to serve on this body.
Excellent.
Well, since the other applicant has officially withdrawn his application, I don't think anything further is needed from the commission in regards to Andrew. So if someone would like to make a motion to support Christopher's application, we can do that. And then just as a reminder, this is a recommendation to city council. So.
Right. I'd like to take this one. I will gladly, proudly, emphatically make a motion to put Mr. Christopher Allred before the city council for a vote to be your next Wesley Heights commissioner.
Motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Barth says yes. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 11-0. Thank you, Mr. Allred.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christopher, for coming down. I'll reach out to you again tomorrow. Um, see here. So before we get to our workshop, we have 2 recognitions for outgoing commissioners. Now, I will say that it does take a while for city council to vote in somebody and get a new commissioner lined up. So until that officially happens, especially I'm looking at our Plaza Midwood, we're still working to identify someone. Chris looks a little scared. Chris, you are allowed to continue to serve should you so choose until a successor is appointed by city council. The hope is with Wesley Heights, the city council will make their recommendation at the June 23rd meeting. So that would officially end Commissioner Parati's time, regardless of whether this is your last meeting or not. Commissioner Barth, we would just like to briefly recognize the important contributions that both Commissioner Parati and Commissioner Barth have made to the commission over the last 6 years for Commissioner Barth. And we calculated it is nearly 8 years for Commissioner Parati because while commissioners are limited to 2 terms, they're also allowed to fulfill a previously unfulfilled term. So that means if someone resigns, then a commissioner can complete that term on behalf of someone else, and then they may have 2 of their own terms. And that's what Commissioner Parati has done. And she has been here almost the entire time that I have been here in the city of Charlotte. And she is going to be missed. Commissioner Parati has served as chairperson over the past number of years. I think you did maybe 3 years as chair. Is that correct? 3 years as chair?
Yes.
So she was instrumental, both her and Commissioner Barth were instrumental in assisting with the massive lift that was the revision and update of our design standards. And, we couldn't have done it without them. So I know the rest of the commission probably has many good things to say. So Chair Hawkins, if there's anything you'd like to say, we have 2 certificates in recognition of the work of Commissioner Parati and Commissioner Barth, and then also a little something extra for them that we'll get you at the end of the meeting. But Chair Hawkins?
I didn't prepare anything, but speaking from my heart, I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you and so much gratitude to both of you. Being anchored on either side by the 2 of you since I've been in this position, but even since I've been on this board has meant a great deal to me, and I know to others. Your level of knowledge, expertise, your courage, your just ability to communicate and guide our residents and applicants through these difficult bodies of work that they're doing has been it's been amazing to watch. And so I just want to say thank you for all you've done. We will miss you. We will try to do you proud. And we hope to see you again in the future. If anybody else would like to say anything, please feel free.
I'll try. It's been a pleasure. Can you guys hear me? It's been a pleasure serving with everyone here, staff. Commissioner Parati was a mentor to me early on. She got me out of my shell and said, Chris, speak, say something. And I've learned something from everyone here, as well as, dealing with the things that we do every day. So thank you. I hope to see everyone here again.
I'd also like to say thank you. I remember meeting with Christy, John, and Wanda, I think it was, at Rhino Market. Like, tell me about this organization. I want to serve. My mother taught my sister and I to always, give a little something back. So I wanted to serve, and I thought that this was a great way to do it. And I still think that it's a wonderful way to do it. I'm privileged, as is my family, to live in Wesley Heights. And we absolutely love our community. And so anything that we could do, anything that I could do to help move our community forward and protect it and preserve its wonderful and rich history is what I wanted to do. So this has been a tireless task, and at the same time, one that's been incredibly enriching. I've learned so much. I continue to learn so much. And I'm happy to see it continue to grow. We did a lot of hard work during COVID, and we were tireless in our efforts. And to be able to not only serve well, but leave the commission in great hands has been paramount to me. I mean, being able to leave the chair position in capable hands and great hands of a commissioner who helped us usher in a brand new community felt incredible. To be able to see everyone grow and to learn from you all has been fantastic. I have to shout out commissioners that came before me that have since rolled off. And we all know that we don't get anywhere alone, right? It's a community effort. It takes a village. And so I'm incredibly grateful for the people who are not here right now, but who have also served. I look forward to celebrating this commission as it becomes historic. Just seeing the great work that this body continues to do. So thank you all so much.
Thank you both. We will, in the interest of time, we'll do a little ceremony at the end with our certificates, and we will turn it over. I think we have one workshop item that we'd like to talk about. But this isn't the end. I think as we grow as Charlotte Historic Preservation into the next iteration, there will be plenty of ways for past commissioners to maintain connected with us and to be able to share their knowledge with future commissions and just with, historic neighborhoods in Charlotte in general. So thank you both so much. Should we give a round of applause? Yes. Excellent. Okay, so we have one pre-application workshop meeting. The designers and applicants are in the audience. If you may come up and join us in the seats up front. You have to press the button to turn it green to speak. We ask that you speak into the microphone. I will pull up a Google map to orient everybody, but this is 1815 Madison Avenue in McCrory Heights. And with that, I would ask that you would just introduce yourself. I would turn that on, hit the green button, introduce yourself to the commission and the project. I would say take about like 5 or 6 minutes to describe the project and what your goals are, and then let's let most of the time be for the commission to provide feedback.
Sure. Thank you all for the time this afternoon. Myself and my partner, Jimmy Molina, who's actually traveling, who couldn't be here today, but we've been working with Jen Benson, who's our architect. She's on the Zoom right now, or the WebEx. So she'll chime in with some thoughts and some comments. But where this started was, my partner, Jimmy Molina, lives right next door to McCrory Heights. The opportunity came up for this lot, and we just love the neighborhood. Jimmy runs at Johnson C. Smith every day, and so we've always found ourselves trying to be part of the ethos of Charlotte and whatnot. I grew up here. My father, who's in the room, we've been here for over 45 years at this point, I think, at some level. So looking at the lot, originally we came to in our heads, we've been doing duet type of construction throughout Charlotte and infill lots off of the new UDO. We brought that originally a couple months back to the council here, and I think after that initial meeting, we just realized that this isn't something, a duet isn't something that would fit the neighborhood, but B, be something that works out in terms of an aesthetic for the neighborhood. So back to the drawing board and looking at single family homes. We, again, wanted to make something not necessarily under 1,500 square feet. I think in the day and age we're in right now, if there's a family looking to move in to a home and grow, I think the bare bone number on that from the analysis we've always done has been about 2,400 square feet in terms of a single family home. And that's what we're doing with all of our duets. So, we took that into consideration as we look to come back before the commission here to put together something that we thought would resonate and fit. And we had another meeting a couple weeks ago on our original designs, and Jen brought up about 3 different aesthetics that we put together for the exterior, of which the committee kind of came back and said, well, we like these 2. Can you work on them a bit more? And that's where we've ultimately landed right now is what's behind you on the screen today. And I do have some comments. I don't know how this works exactly in terms of, going back and forth with you all on what we'd like to try to do versus what we can do. I didn't have an opportunity to send over, unfortunately. I did send it over, but not before noon yesterday. Just kind of some examples in the neighborhood that, don't necessarily fit the mold, I think, of what's historically been there or is what's being asked of us today for the project. So I kind of want to make sure we have a dialogue before we leave in terms of what we should be looking at doing from an aesthetic on the exterior. And so what you see behind you right now, the top left, I'm looking at it the same way you are. Again, same single family structure. The left and the right, it's just including hardy plank in the middle of the unit just to give it some sort of a differentiation or a pop, if you may. The 2 units on the left, again, are all brick, but then also a mix of brick and hardy plank, which you see throughout the neighborhood quite a bit. And so these were the 4 kind of exterior aesthetics that we landed on. I'm going to stop rambling. Jen, do you have anything you'd like to add or comment on in terms of how you looked at the neighborhood, the examples, and all the feedback we've taken from the historic committee up to this point?
And Jen, if you could turn on your camera, please.
Oh, sure. Hello. Thank you for meeting with us today and going through this with us so we can have a smoother process when we come formally to the commission. So what I was originally trying to do was go with a mid-century modern style, as well as matching the colors that are in the neighborhood. A majority of the houses I know are brick. There is quite a few with siding throughout the neighborhood. So I was trying to match the white siding that I've seen throughout, to implement that a little bit more than the brick. There's a house on 1808 Van Buren that is very similar in materials to kind of the bottom left design. And again, you can see on either side of us, we have a brick house and then we have a white house. So I was trying to kind of mix the two of those as much as we could in keeping with the mid-century style. So that is kind of where we went, where we came up with the colors, the materials, the style with this design. Love to hear your feedback and take it from there.
And there's several other examples of 1808 is actually the lot that butts up to us on the rear. But if you look at also 1725 Madison Avenue, that's also completely vinyl.
So is 1648, that's a different color, that's a blue.
I believe that's painted brick,
That's a brick.
actually.
Which one?
1725 has some painted brick on the front. Was
It
there another?
does have some, but on the far right, it's hard to see. Well, at least on the
That's
picture I
fine.
took, which
Yeah, where it has the numbers
also
there.
vinyl.
Do we want to maybe pause and
Yes,
let the
please.
commission give some feedback?
Sure, that'd be great.
So
Absolutely.
again, we're talking about, it's a vacant lot right here. Commissioners?
So very quickly, this is Commissioner Hawkins. I wanted to make sure that when you are evaluating the neighborhood, that you're looking at historic structures,
Mhm.
that you are taking inspiration from, and it's within 360 degrees of the property, standing in the middle of the street,
Mhm.
360-degree view. So those two things to keep in mind, and making sure that you take a look at the standards to help guide you. So context is something that we find that we have to remind applicants of a lot. So making sure that you look at that section, I think it's 6.2 or 6.3 of our design standards, taking a really good close look at that, and then evaluating what you would design there. Because just because you see it on a street somewhere else in the neighborhood, it doesn't, it is a historic structure. You need to make sure you consider that.
I'll piggyback on what Chair Hawkins has said and say contextually, just to drill down on that a little more, height, width, massing, materials, that sort of thing. And to reiterate another point Chair Hawkins brought up, which is it needs to be a 360-degree look at that from that particular property. So even if it's in the neighborhood, if it's not within that frame of reference, then it probably will not fit within that particular space. I mean, we all know that not every street in a neighborhood looks the same, right? Take Dilworth, for example. We have some, stately your homes all the way down to some, more intimate bungalows, right? Or even in my very neighborhood where we have Christopher Allred on Woodruff, the houses tend to be a little smaller than the ones that are on Grandin, right? So when we're looking at streets, we have to look at that particular vibe, that particular look contextually.
Okay.
Any feedback on the proposed designs that you see? As far as how that fits or may not fit, or in accordance with the standards?
Okay, so I'll start with context, 6.2. Contextually, it does not seem to fit. It does not seem to be, speaking for lack of a better way to put it, the same language as its surrounding properties. And I will go to, I don't know what the setback is. I have not seen that, but I'll go to height, massing and complexity of form, height and width, 6.9, massing and complexity of form, I'd study 6.8, scale 6.10, roof form and materials, absolutely 6.13. And I'll kick it over to other commissioners to take it from there.
I would just add, Christy, could you put up that Google, I guess did you have Google Street? Yeah, where we see the lot in between just those two structures right there. So our staff would, I don't know if you've already done this at this stage, but provides a Zoutwell survey that shows the streetscape and the other houses and the relationship of them to each other in height and setback. It looks, so we would be evaluating this and how it fits between those two structures. And if we did that right now and saw that right now, I think that we would see quite a difference between the two, that all of a sudden there's this height that comes up that jumps out and, you know, is a lot taller than the structures around it. And I would say that one across the street is that considered a historic?
Both of these
That
are
one, those are
historic,
historic.
but you know, has the 1-story and the 2-story.
Yes, the
massing.
split level.
Yeah, and then there is a, oops, let's see, there is a 2-story across the street as well.
Yeah.
So,
But it's between
Right.
a split level and not between two 1-story homes. So the opposite side of the street speaks a slightly different language than the side of the street that you would be constructing on.
Right, so I'm confused then, because you're saying a 360 purview, you're saying the two homes next to us. If we have to draw inspiration from what's around us, what is the committee gonna look at? Are you gonna look at the two homes, which is what?
It's all.
All of it.
Okay, so it's all of it.
It's all of
Correct.
it.
So we can consider the split level across the street in our, which is what we did here. We tried to look at the split level as part of our design aesthetic.
But it's in
Correct.
the order, it's in the order of design. So the reason Commissioner Parati started at 6.2 for context
Mhm.
is that's the very first thing that you look at, is this is your site and this is your context. And that context is the two 1-story structures on either side, along with the split level across the street. You know, it's all of it. It's taking all of those things into consideration.
So it's a holistic approach, right? The best way I can describe it is we're looking at the subject lot, which is your lot. Then we branch out a little bit and we look at the houses on opposite side, on either side of it. Then we branch out a little further and you might be able to take some design elements from, you know, the surrounding areas. But the things that are going to matter the most is what is closest to that particular house. Okay, so there's that. Also, just a little note, I was asking about setbacks earlier. You'll want to label your plans so that we see the setback to the thermal wall, for example, not just the what it's zoned for, right? So the height from grade to ridge, make sure that all of those things are clearly labeled on your plans.
I will definitely have that for the formal meeting. Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Jennifer.
So can I ask one quick question? So it sounds like based on either the houses on either side of our house that you're looking for a single story house. Is there any, I mean, like Uncle said, we were anticipating using the houses across the street because it is a 360. Will we have a chance to get a 2-story house because we're going to need that for the square footage they're looking for? Is there going to be an opportunity for us to redesign and get approved?
Go ahead, Heather.
Jennifer, but Commissioner Wojcik, my response to that would be that if you approach the design and take into consideration the guidelines, which you utilize those guidelines to create a mass and a volume and the scaling, then I think that it can be done in a way that it could be potentially be approved. Based on what you're presenting right now, the roof lines and the massing and the heaviness of the structure are leaning away from having contextual relationships to the houses that are already there. So I would say yes, because there is a 2-story and there is a 1.5 stories, but the choice that you've chosen to take it in terms of roof line and overall mass and just the width of the structure, the other houses are more petite or they're more horizontal so I think that if you play with those design elements more to create more of a massing and scale that is closer to the structures that are already in the neighborhood, then we would be more than happy to review it. But I don't feel like what you're presenting to us right now is going in that correct direction.
Okay, thank you.
That is a great comment to end on, I believe, Chair Hawkins, unless you have anything else to add.
Nothing else to add.
Okay, that's all the time we have for our workshop today. Thank you. We will get started. We are going to switch over to our regular agenda.
Okay.
Thank you. Right. And over to you.
All right. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the June 11th, 2025 meeting. I'm Nichelle Hawkins, HDC Chair, and I call this meeting to order at 1:17 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, Shauna Bell, Sarah Kerm, Cameron Holtz, Krista Lineberger, Kim Parati, Sean Sullivan, Brett Taylor, Scott Whitlock, Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Christy Harps, Candace Lighty, Marilyn Drath, Jim Bear, Elizabeth Lammy, JT Fawcett, Candy Thomas, court reporter. Joining remotely is Jill Sanchez Myers, Senior Assistant City Attorney. I would like to start by acknowledging that this is an in-person meeting. However, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Each of today's hearings is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this commission must make its decision. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The commission's jurisdiction is limited. The commission must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the design standards and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and ordinance standards, not personal preference or opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. While hearsay evidence is not specifically excluded, it is only given limited weight. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, either computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by HTC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HTC design standards. The HTC may question the applicant and HTC staff members. HTC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HTC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HTC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HTC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HTC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Hawkins. The first few applications are consent agenda items, which means staff feels that they meet the design standards and are before the commission for their final review and approval. The first application, we're opening the evidentiary hearing for 509 East Tremont. And this is a reaffirmation. The project was approved previously. It is located right here, East Tremont Avenue. The reaffirmation is for a garage at the rear of the property. There is no, the commission is not being asked to make any decisions related to the main house. This is merely a reaffirmation of the garage only, as shown on slide 13. There have been no changes to the design of the structure since its original approval. We have 5 callers and I think the applicant's in the room, but Marilyn, you're here. Okay. Do you want to say anything? I would say no. Your answer should probably be, okay. Okay, good. Marilyn, yes. Hello, if you have called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, we are speaking about 509 East Tremont. A simple yes or no if you're calling in about this project is fine. Okay. Everyone's unmuted, Marilyn?
Yeah, it requests to unmute them.
No.
Okay. All right. With that, Chair Hawkins, over to you.
All right. Do any of the commissioners disagree with this remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none. Do we have a motion?
Happy to make a motion.
Okay,
All right, I move to approve this application because the proposed project is not incongruous with the special character of the district and meets the design standards for new construction. Chapter 6 and actually just accessory buildings, 8.10. As noted in the recommendations per standard 10.41. I move that we approve this with the caveat that permit-ready construction drawings be submitted to staff for final review, and noting that this reaffirmation is limited to the accessory structure and does not include any portion of the principal structure.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth says yes. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 11-0.
Thank you. The next evidentiary hearing is for 1714 The Plaza. It is a rear addition and on a one-story bungalow built in 1931. So you can see the location here on slide 5. Here we go. One story, it's going out the back on just the one side because they're avoiding a large tree over here. And you can see that on the site plan, which is slide 8. Technology's moving slow today. Very grateful for the large, bold red lettering for the tree protection zone. I'm not sure.
Let the record show that Commissioner Holtz has left the meeting for recuse for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Canvas. Well, let me try reopening it. Does not like this. Oh, okay. Let's start with the rear elevation then. So this is the rear elevation showing that the addition is just on one portion. You can see the right elevation and then the interior to the lot, the left elevation. I will try and pull up the site plan, but it doesn't seem to want to pull up. At this point, I believe there are still some unknown callers. Okay, there are 4 more on the line. If you've called in for the Historic District Commission meeting, we are on application number 2, 1714 The Plaza. Can you please let us know if you are calling in for this item? And if not, if you could let us know what address you're calling in about.
I'm just observing 2204 Charlotte Drive. This is Julie Knopfsinger.
Thanks, Julie. Appreciate
Uh-huh.
that.
Yeah.
And I think there was a Carolyn. Or Carolyn's for Templeton. Okay, great.
Hi, sorry, I wasn't able to unmute, but thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'll talk to you and Julie a little later. Thank you so much. And it looks like in the meantime, the site plan has pulled up. So with that, Chair Hawkins, over to you.
All right. Any commissioners disagree with this remaining on the consent agenda? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to approve this application as the project is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of Interior standards and the City of Charlotte design standards for new construction for residential buildings, Chapter 6. And with the following conditions. It remains as a consent agenda item, and that it has, along with permit-ready construction drawings submitted to staff for review, the following conditions: provide manufacturer specifications that meet HDC standards for new windows and doors, provide final proposed brick and mortar samples to the staff for probable approval, provide detailed drawings for railing and paired windows with mullion trim, ensure the brick is to remain unpainted, and new wood shingles shall be individually applied and not panels.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth says yes. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 10-0.
Thank you. A next application also on the consent agenda. We are opening the evidentiary hearing for 916 East Park Avenue. This is for a side entry and expansion of a driveway. So here is the front of the house. The applicant has provided some great 3D renderings, which is always helpful to review. The entry is at the very back left corner, and they're proposing to change a window to a door, adding a landing and extending the driveway back to meet the landing. You can see the details on the site plan on slide 11. The elevations start on slide 13 with the front. Slide 14 shows the rear, which is the change over here. Slide 15, again, showing the change of the window to a door. And then slide 16, no changes for commission review. We should note that this addition was a later addition and is not original to the house. With that, I believe Marilyn, the applicants are online if needed. And I should also note, I'm so sorry, Commissioner Holtz has rejoined the meeting before this started. Thanks. Over to you, Chair Hawkins.
All right. Any commissioners object to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, no objections. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve this application with conditions because it is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and City of Charlotte design standards for new construction for residential buildings, Chapter 6, and standards for private sites, Chapter 8. The conditions are that the applicants provide permit-ready construction drawings submitted to staff for final review, provide final proposed brick and mortar samples to staff for approval with all brick to remain unpainted, provide manufacturer specifications that meet HDC standards for the new door, and provide final dimensions of the new stoop and step.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Bell, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Barth says yes. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 11-0.
Okay, and before we start this next application, I should note that Commissioner Taylor is recusing for this application.
All right, so we are now opening the evidentiary hearing for the project at 2204 Charlotte Drive. This application is for a new two-story addition and screen porch on the rear of the building. Normally, a rear addition would be reviewed at the staff level. However, in this case, the addition increases the square footage by more than 50%, which does require commission review. The staff memo starts on page 1 through page 3, goes over the details of the project. The existing photos of the house start on page 7. And then we have the plans starting on page 11, and here we have the site plan. Existing on the left, proposed on the right, and the dark gray area here is the proposed addition. The elevation drawings start on page 15. We have existing and proposed rear elevations. Page 16 has existing and proposed left elevation. And then on page 17, we have the existing and proposed right elevations. Staff is recommending approval of this project. There are just a few conditions listed under number 2 here, A through G. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Chairman Hawkins.
We do not have any speakers, just the applicant is online.
All right. Does any commissioner object to this application remaining on the consent agenda? All right, hearing none. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve this project as it is not incongruous with the district. It meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the Charlotte Design Standards for New Construction for Residential Buildings, Chapter 6. We are making the caveats that all trim must be wood to match existing, that the screen porch frames will also be wood, that the applicant provide window and door specifications that meet HDC standards, that the skylight will be flush mounted, that they provide a door trim detail, provide a brick and mortar sample to staff for probable approval, and that all masonry will remain unpainted.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Barth says yes. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 10-0.
Okay, great. This next application that is being pulled up is, was not heard at the May 14th meeting. I'd also like to note that Commissioner Taylor is rejoining the meeting. And just a quick note about this next application, number 5. We don't do after the fact applications on consent, but if we could, we would have done this one on consent. So just want to share that framework for the commission before Elizabeth starts her presentation. So Elizabeth, don't forget to put it up there.
Next evidentiary hearing is for 304 West Park Avenue. Before we begin, does any board member have a conflict of interest or potential conflict? Okay. Lauren, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. And do we have any okay. Have you been sworn in, Lauren?
Yes.
Okay, great. Lauren, can you put on your camera if you are able? And do we have any unknown callers for this? One unknown caller. Unknown caller, if you are calling for this. Okay, excuse me. Okay. Right. This project is for changes to the primary chimney located in the front center of the main side gable roof. 6 courses of mismatched brick have been added around only at the rear flue at the top of the chimney by previous owners, and this will be removed, along with 1 layer of original brick from the top of the entire chimney. The proposal is to install 6 new courses of brick at the top of the chimney, and the brick to be used will be an exact match to the original as it is being obtained from a former furnace chimney located in the basement. The applicant is proposing to redo the mortar color and tooling to match the existing of the chimney. And after the masonry repair, a stainless steel chimney cap will be installed. This application is an after-the-fact review, with the commission reviewing the project on its merits as if the work has not yet occurred. The applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. Before you begin, can you please state your name for the record for the court reporter and spell your last name? State your address and your relation to the project, please.
It's Lauren Buck, Loren Buck. And it's
your
304 West Park Avenue.
You can go ahead and present.
So you know as much as I do, this has already occurred before I bought the property. I just took ownership of the property on May 9th. From my understanding is that there was damage to the chimneys that occurred with Hurricane Helene. And so the prior owners went ahead and addressed this because it resulted in water damage to the inside of the house.
Okay. Unknown callers, if you're calling for 304 West Park, can you make yourselves known now? Okay.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? I mean, to Christie's point, it's pretty straightforward. So if there are no questions, then we can go ahead and close for deliberation. Or for a motion.
I have a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the project with conditions because the proposed chimney repair is congruous with the design standards for masonry 5.5, numbers 2, 4, and 5, and design standards for chimneys 4.7, numbers 1, 2, and 3. The conditions include that the applicant reinstall former brick detailing in original location to distinguish the difference between the top of the original chimney and the addition of new courses of brick to make the chimney taller.
And could you share the recommended facts?
Sure.
As well?
The recommended facts are that the primary brick chimney has been retained and repaired using original brick from another part of the home. The proposed reworking of the mortar color and tooling of the repair will match that of the original chimney.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Kerm, for the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Barth says yes. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern, Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 11-0.
Thanks, Lauren. All right, our next application is 415 East Kingston Avenue. I know the applicant is joining us online. I want to make sure they're here. Please. Is David here? Is he joining via phone?
I'm here. Sorry, I was muted. I couldn't unmute
Oh, hi,
myself.
David. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you.
Do you have a camera that you can turn on?
Do I have a camera? Hold on. I'm in a phone. I'm in a car. Hold on.
Oh, well, be safe driving if you're driving.
No. We're in a parking lot.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm driving.
And my wife and Sonia's driving, so we're all good.
Hi, have you all been sworn in?
I was sworn in. Sonia was not.
I didn't intend to.
No,
get-
you may speak.
Oh, okay, sure. I'm happy to be sworn in.
Okay, great.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So we are opening the evidentiary hearing for 415 East Kingston Avenue. And this is for landscape changes after the fact. And just a reminder to the commission that when we have projects that were done, the commission needs to review it as if the project was not done yet. They installed some turf in the front yard. They have the specific, it's Tiger Turf Diamond Supreme Fescue. It's a polyethylene material. It will be installed in 2 sections, flanking a primary walkway and surrounded by planting beds. So here's the front of the house on the corner of East Kingston, or in the middle of East Kingston. The applicants have provided a written description on pages 6 and 7 and into page 8. This is the proposed, what it will look like after installation as it is currently right here. There are specifications on the material used on page 10. And then there are also pre-existing conditions, basically what everything looks like with the planting beds on the right side of the yard and the left side of the front yard. After pictures. And then some more photos provided by the applicant. So with that, I am going to turn the microphone over to the applicants. If you would please state your name and your addresses for the court reporter.
Sure. My name is David Rudolph, and I reside at 415 East Kingston.
And my name is Sonia Pfeiffer. I also reside at 415 East Kingston Avenue.
Okay, David and Sonia, the floor is yours. You can direct me to what page you'd like me to go to and share any statements about the project that you wish to with the commission at this time.
Great. Thank you so much. So I submitted a fairly lengthy statement, which I'm not going to bore the commissioners by repeating. You all have it there in written form, and it states pretty much all of the facts. I just want to reiterate a couple of things with regard to the photos. If you can go to photo number 3. Well, photo number 3 in the PowerPoint.
I'll hold it for you.
Thank you. What you can see there is we used to have a lawn. When we first moved in, we've been living there for 17 years. And probably for the first 10 years, we had a lawn that we maintained regularly. And then several years ago, some trees got planted by the city on the sidewalk side of the street side of the sidewalk. And they grew very rapidly and blocked the sun, particularly on the right side as you're facing the house, but also if you go to the next picture on the left side. And so we basically did not have any grass at all. We tried planting sod 3 or 4 times, spent literally thousands of dollars, different kinds of sod, fescue, this, that. Nothing would grow because there just wasn't enough light. Uh, I have to apologize because we've done a renovation and we went through the historic commission and got approval for addition, but I did not realize that we needed approval for landscaping. We had done landscaping over the years and no one had ever said anything to us. So that was my fault. I didn't mean any disrespect to the commission at all. But in any event, we just got so fed up with the front of the property looking terrible that we decided to try to install really high quality artificial turf. We tried to match it as closely as possible to what was in the neighborhood. There's a picture, if you go to photo 5, you can see a photo of our house there, right there, compared to our neighbors. And there's literally no distinction that you can see between the two. It's not in any way, our artificial turf is not incongruous with the house next door to us. The house on the other side is also not incongruous. It doesn't look as nice, but it's not incongruous. And we installed that specifically to try to match what else was in the neighborhood. All of the neighbors have commented favorably about it. No one has complained about it. I'm not sure how this even got to the commission's attention. But what I want to point out is that if you look at, for example, next slide 6, you can see that the portion of the lawn that is now artificial turf is completely in shade. And that's been the case literally for the last 6 or 7 years. So
Since the city planted.
yeah, since the city planted the tree. So that's the reason why we did this. It wasn't an attempt to avoid maintenance. We still have our same gardener who's doing all the maintenance around and then charging us the same amount, for maintaining all the plantings and trimmings. It wasn't done for any reason other than to try to keep the house looking beautiful and in conformance with the rest of the houses in the neighborhood. If you look at the next slide, again, you'll see that most of the left side of the house is in shade. There's just was no way to grow grass, and we tried our best. So I did not realize that the design standards basically said what they said. We did not, let me be clear though, we did not replace any grass. And as I read the standards, it says that you can't replace grass with other material. Well, we did not replace grass. We replaced dirt. And if you look at the next 3 slides, 8, 9, and 10, those are the materials that we, quote, could have used consistent with the design guidelines. And I mean, these are materials that are on the street on Worthington, and they're awful. I mean, they conform with the guidelines. If you really want me to, I could rip out the turf and put these plantings there. I don't think that's going to enhance the neighborhood, and I don't think the neighbors are going to be terribly supportive of us doing that. So I think this is just a situation where we were put in a place where we couldn't do what we really wanted to do. We spent as much money as we possibly could trying to replace the grass. The grass would not grow. And this was the only solution that we could reasonably come up with. I think the standards, the commission, the staff said it was incongruous. I don't think it's incongruous at all. I think it enhances the neighborhood. Certainly the neighbors all feel that way. And I don't know what we would do if we were forced to remove this. We'd literally have to go to, what you see on slides 8, 9, and 10. And that's just not an improvement. So I'd ask you all respectfully, I did not mean to avoid your scrutiny. I didn't know I needed to come to you. We're coming to you now, and we'd ask you to please approve what we've done in the best interest of our block.
Well, we have two unknown callers. If you have called into the Historic District Commission meeting, we are on application number 6, number 415 East Kingston Avenue. Have you called in about 415 East Kingston Avenue? Let's see. Yep. Okay, with that, I will turn it over to you, Chair Hawkins.
All right. Thank you to the applicant for sharing your application with us. I just want to make one clarification. When staff is stating that a choice is incongruous, they're saying that it's incongruous with our design standards, not with the home next door or property next door. It is the design standards, and that's what we're charged to uphold as a body. And so there is a specific standard in section for landscaping. I know you mentioned you weren't aware of it, but it's 8.4 in our design standards, particularly number 6. It says, do not replace grass in front yards with paving, gravel, or other non-traditional materials. And so that's what we will use to guide us during this discussion. And so, commissioners, if there are questions for the applicant, please go ahead.
Chair Hawkins, I saw the applicant make a face when you read that, because to their point, they're not replacing grass, but I would just ask them to focus on the part of the standard that reads with paving, gravel, or other non-traditional materials. You know, admittedly, from here, it looks beautiful, but that is not what we're charged to say. We're not charged to say it looks beautiful. If we ever approved a material that we have not approved in the past, the plan has been to bring it before the board so that we could not only look at it up close, touch it, feel it, see it in comparison with what we have traditionally approved. So because we are not a precedent-setting body, it would be very difficult to approve something we have not approved before. My question to you then would be, I know you pointed out with a little bit of shade, some of the neighboring houses that have what is obviously not so appealing to you. Have you seen any have you seen any lawns with the ground covering or some of the materials that we have approved in the past?
Well, I don't know what you've approved in the past. When I read the description of the materials that were allowed, I tried to take pictures of what would be allowed pursuant to the design standards. So I don't know if anything else besides what I took pictures of.
No, I think to clarify what you're asking is if we have seen, we provided some samples of alternatives, and I think what you're saying is, have we seen other of those that may not look that way? What I do recall, and David started to mention this, when we worked with a different number of real grasses, sod and that type of thing, we also explored other ground cover. What I don't know, because we were unaware of this requirement at the time, is whether that ground cover was also similar to what is currently approved. However, the alternatives to grass or sod that we looked at, it also turned out that that would be very challenging because of the lack of sunlight. And so they were, I'm just looking at black and white photos, but I remember what we sent in, that it's a mix of, what looks like, mulch, and some greenery. Our issue is keeping greenery really of any kind. But to answer your question directly, other than these images, I don't know if what we looked at was approved as something to replace grass.
Sure, Sonia, thank you for that. I would imagine that the next question I know the answer to. Did you reach out to staff and ask for help in finding a substitute that would be approvable?
Oh, no, because we didn't know. we were unaware that we
Okay.
needed to address this with HDC at all in the first place.
Right.
But my point is, we explored some alternatives without being aware of the requirement to choose something that was already designated within the standards.
Sure. Once you became aware between you being notified and coming here today, were you able to reach out to staff and ask for something that was, again, approvable, or is your stance that you want to keep what you have and so you're going to fight for that?
Well, I'm happy to talk with staff about what would be approvable and find out if we can grow it there, but we spent literally thousands of dollars to try to be as natural looking as possible and to blend into the neighborhood. The standard is you can't replace grass with any of those things. And we weren't replacing grass. And, when a statute or a regulation is being interpreted or read by a applicant, uh, it has to be clear
Sure.
what it's requiring. And so, as I read the regulation, I we didn't violate it. We didn't replace grass, and maybe that's a problem in how the regulation is worded, and maybe that needs to be changed. Also, the term non-traditional, or I forget exactly what the term is, that's vague. I don't know what that means, and what's traditional, 10 years, what's non-traditional 5 years ago may not be non-traditional now, because standards change and materials change, and the quality of artificial turf and how it looks has dramatically changed over the last 5 or 10 years. So, when you combine those two uh, issues, it puts an applicant in a really difficult position to try to figure out what is required. And even had I read those things ahead of time, which I didn't, and I probably would have called up and asked, but it seems to me that it, as written, it just doesn't apply to a situation where you can't grow grass and you're not replacing anything other than dirt. So I'm happy to consider any other suggestions, but we have spent thousands of dollars, and to have to rip this out and start over with no guarantee that what we put in there is going to survive without any sunlight is sort of hard for us to accept.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we aren't able to consider the financial impacts
I
of these.
understand.
That's not within our purview. But I will say, coming back to the fact is that the yards in the district that you live in and that this property is located, they tend to have grass. So even though you're saying that grass was not there, what we are saying is that turf is not a historic traditional material. Or artificial turf, excuse me.
Hold on. If you're, add what you'd like to say, Commissioner Lineberger, but please use your mic for everybody to hear.
I was just helping you out. Artificial turf. That's what Cameron Holtz was saying.
So, is there anything, any other questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Commissioner Lineberger.
I just want to say, I empathize with your situation. I have 6 70, 80-year-old trees in my yard. I have a ton of shade. I have hardly any grass that grows. I have a lot of weeds. But I also have large natural areas with very abundant shade-loving plants that grow heavily. They do not look like the pictures that you provided as your only option for that area. So, and I would also argue that I totally get it. I understand the challenge, because we have a challenge growing grass as well on our areas that are supposed to be lawn. But I also would argue that dirt is a natural ground cover, even if it's dirt. It just, that's a traditional natural ground cover. So some of this is, we, as everyone has already said, it's not in our purview to decide if it's beautiful, if it looks nice. We are beholden to the standards, and it's a non-traditional material. So it's just something we've never approved before. And I think that there were alternatives, and there are alternatives to what you can do there that isn't grass and that isn't artificial turf.
Commissioner Holtz?
One additional point, you noted that you are unfamiliar with the materials that would be approved. As we so often do, I would recommend you work with staff to get a better understanding of what those materials would be. There is no artificial turf, grass, sod product that falls into that category, but they are extremely knowledgeable and extremely helpful in this regard. And I continue to suggest again to most of our applicants that they rely on guidance from our staff.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Am I allowed to look up something online? Because I did.
You can ask them to bring it up so that everybody can see it.
Would you like
Well,
me to?
my point being is that there are several ground covers that don't look like their pictures, that prefer shade and would be a good potential solution. So I think that there are opportunities for them to meet the guidelines and still get the aesthetic that everybody want, something aesthetically attractive, based on a quick Google search.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, my apologies, I forgot to point out that we do have agenda supplement items for this item 415 East Kingston, submitted by Nancy Nicholson. I don't know that she's with us. And again, anything written is hearsay, but there is information in the supplement from a neighbor.
We haven't seen that.
We've seen that.
That, it's posted to the agenda site. You are welcome to. It was posted yesterday in accordance with how agenda supplement items are due by noon the day prior to the commission meeting. And again, it is.
Someone could summarize that for us. That would be helpful. We're on an iPhone attending this meeting.
That it was posted at last meeting too, because this was one of the items that was not heard at last meeting. So it's been on our website since.
Sure, if someone could summarize it, that would be helpful. We can't read it on our screen right here.
Sure. It basically says that she's opposing the application, and she included basics about the environmental impact of artificial grass, about how brain cancer risk have been researched regarding baseball players. We cannot consider, environmental things, so I'm going to skip over that. And then let's see here. It says that artificial turf has environmental impacts, habitat loss, microplastic pollution, and chemical contamination, contributes to global warming. There are a number of things about habitat loss and biodiversity, microplastic pollution, chemical contamination, water usage and runoff, disposal and recycling. I will say that, the commission, these are not areas that the commission has purview over.
Thank you for that summary.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Sullivan. Mr. and Mrs. Rudolph, I just wanted to emphasize what Commissioner Lineberger and Commissioner Wojcik already started in terms of in your neighborhood, Dilworth, there's over a century of landscape architecture, landscape planning and design. I think if you did mention that you have a gardener or somebody who maintains your landscape, if you consulted with them or your neighbors that have similar conditions, which is probably most of them to yours, you will likely find that there is a solution that will provide the look that you are seeking to achieve and also satisfy the requirements of the historic district.
Just so I'm clear, it will also satisfy the historic district if we just take the turf out and leave the dirt there. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I'm not certain, actually, to be honest with you.
Well, I don't know what else I could do. I don't think you can require me. I don't think you can require us to plant things when there was dirt there. So it seems to me that if you're going to reject this, which you obviously can, and we can appeal and we can go through that whole thing, then what our alternative is to remove the turf and we'll leave the dirt there. And that'll be it, because I'm not going to go to the expense of planting additional plants.
So,
That's real.
Mr.
That,
Rudolph,
excuse me. That's the
Mr.
choice.
Rudolph,
Excuse
Mr.
me.
Rudolph, I think we've gotten to a point into a bit of an impasse. I want to address the initial comment that you made or question that you had.
Yes,
Our
please do.
our recommendation has been from the beginning to work with staff. If you have a specific question about what's allowable outside of what is already has been stated in the standards, we would recommend speaking to staff so that you can get the appropriate direction, so that you don't have to make any choices on your own and end up in a spot you're uncomfortable with.
Well, I appreciate that very much. We'll make our decisions. We'll consult with who we want to, and we appreciate your careful consideration of this.
Absolutely. Any
Well,
other
before
questions
we-
for the applicant?
I just want to make sure I understand the process from here. So we've had this hearing, there's been commentary from staff and, from the commission, and now what happens? Do you deliberate and vote?
Yes, so at the beginning of this meeting, the procedures and instructions were read, and that is correct. After we have had our exchange with you, you've presented your case, we ask questions of you and staff. We then close for deliberation, and then we make a decision on this particular application.
Understood. In the deliberations, I will draw your attention again to the vague wording in the historic district's own documents. It says you cannot replace grass, and we did not replace grass. So I would ask all of you to consider that as you deliberate after we close this portion of the session.
Yep, we have noted, we have heard that comment earlier. Thank you.
Anything else for us?
Any other questions for the applicant? Doesn't sound like it, so we'll close now for deliberation.
Chairperson Hawkins, there's been a lot of attention given to do not replace grass. And of course, that is not the full statement. So I want to bring some attention to retain existing trees and plantings that help define the district's character. Artificial turf does not define the district's character. So when we make a motion, because I don't see how we would vote this, we would approve something that is incongruous with the district. I think it's important that we use all of our standards that apply to this, not just a piece of one.
That sounds very much like a motion. So if Commissioner
Yeah.
Parati doesn't, someone else can certainly use what she just mentioned,
Mhm.
but I think we may be there.
I will make a motion to deny this application because it is artificial turf in the front yard is incongruous with the design standards for private sites. 8.1, landscaping and lawns, 8.4, numbers 2, and all of number 6, and the Secretary of Interior Standards, numbers 2, 3, 6, and 9.
You would please add what you just stated as a fact and then maybe consider any other additional
Sure.
facts to support your motion.
The reason we are not approving this, we are denying it, is that it is artificial turf, is incongruous with the Dilworth district. Front yards in Dilworth have grass, natural vegetation ground cover, and/or planting beds. The artificial turf product installed in the front yard of 415 East Kingston Avenue is made of a chemical, non-traditional materials, and replacing the front yard dirt, which is a ground cover, with this non-traditional material is incongruous in the Dilworth district.
Is there anything else, maybe Commissioner Sullivan, Commissioner Lineberger would like to add as supporting facts?
I'll add then what Commissioner Sullivan and Commissioner Lineberger said, which is there are natural plants and ground covers that can be used in areas where the tree canopy has shaded the space where grass would typically grow. In lieu of using artificial turf, we can use those ground covers and plants that thrive in shaded areas.
All right. We've got a motion by Commissioner Parati, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion?
Commissioner Wojcik, was there something you wanted to add to the discussion?
Well, I just wanted to see if we could add number 3
Yeah.
as well, because I feel like it's very pertinent in that it says replace diseased or dead plants, which grass is a vegetation. I'm not sure how the definition of plant is, but I think of it as something that grows. And trees to match the plant to be replaced, or with an indigenous species, and that there's a list of plants that with the Charlotte Land Development Standards Manual for approved plant species. So that could be very helpful.
I accept that friendly amendment, and I'll add another friendly amendment to my own motion, which is number 4. Repeat the dominant landscape design found in the historic district when installing new plantings.
All right. Do you accept
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion? Let's vote. Commissioner Barth says yes. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to deny passes 11-0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next evidentiary hearing is for 406 East Park Avenue. This case was also not heard at the May 14th meeting. The applicant deferred. I will also say that we do have agenda supplement items starting on slide 6 of the supplement. Information submitted by the public. Dr. Michael Gibbs, again, just like the previous application, this was submitted prior to the May meeting and has been posted since then. With that, I want to make sure that the applicants, I believe, are in the room. Yes, hello, come on up. And have you been sworn in?
I walked in while it was happening.
Did you say yes? Okay, we'll swear you in.
All right. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay. And then I will throw it to you in just a second, but be sure to turn on the mic and bring it close to you. Just press the button. So this application is also for landscape changes. It is also after the fact, and they are also asking for a artificial turf polyethylene material in two sections flanking the front walkway. Let's see. So here is a picture of the front of the house shown on East Park Avenue, right in from the corner of Euclid. There is front yard landscaping shown on slide 6. A written description on slide 7. Information about the materials, existing conditions, and then there is a site plan showing where the grass will be planted, and then some more photos of the installation. And again, as a reminder to the commission that you are to review this as if the work has not been done yet. With that, I will turn it over to the applicant. If you would state your name, spell your last name and your address for the court reporter, please. And please be sure to turn on and speak into the microphone.
All right, good afternoon, Commission. My name is Patrick Brunette, B-R-U-N-E-T-T-E, and I'm the owner of 406 East Park Avenue. I'm sorry for the deja vu from the prior case. So I already know where some of you are going to fall on this one. But I work in the healthcare space, but I also am a full real estate broker and own Brunette Property Group. I own 4 homes in the historic district, 2 in Dilworth, 1 in Wilmore, and 1 that I'm currently renovating in historic Concord. I'm a strong supporter of historic character. One of my favorite things to do with my wife is walk the historic neighborhoods of Charlotte, look at homes and properties for their unique character. So, am I permitted to just go ahead and give testimony? Okay, perfect. So I purchased 406 East Park Avenue in 2021. The picture you have of my home on slide 6 is actually not consistent with what it looked like when I purchased it. That picture is from 2020. I will note that grass can be grown on my property between the months of March and June, but then it completely dies off for the remainder of the year and has to be completely replaced the next spring if desired. No grass existed when I purchased the property. It was an unkempt yard. If you switch to slide 9, pictures 3.1 and 3.2, you can see the existing conditions at the time. The yard literally was moss and very even minimal weeds. So mostly is the dirt ground cover that this commission has discussed in the prior case. I obviously wanted to beautify my property, so I pursued sod in the spring of 2022. I spent thousands of dollars on sod and communicated with the historic district staff, who informed me at that time that no certificate of appropriateness was needed and referred me to the design standards for future questions in regards to landscaping. The sod failed quickly, and approximately 6 months later, over half of it had died, and 12 months later, 100% of it was gone. By spring of 2023, my yard was an eyesore, as you can see, due to the inability for grass to grow based on the lack of sunlight in my yard caused by mature trees and tall houses that impact the amount of light that can get onto my property. In spring of 2024, I pursued the path of installing artificial grass and was aware at the time of the design standards, but due to my prior communication with the historic district, I did not think I needed a certificate of appropriateness, as I was told I did not need one for the sod I installed over a year prior. I proceeded based on this fact and felt that based on the design standards, I was not committing a violation of such standards. I selected a design that was congruous with the neighborhood, investing thousands of dollars in native plants and shrubs, expanding planting beds, mulching, and choosing an artificial grass that resembled fescue. The one area of my yard that had grass, albeit unhealthy, as a result of my neighbors spreading seed that spring, I intentionally did not cover with artificial grass, as I know that would be a violation of the design standards for the historic district. The site plan, if you want to go to that slide, it's approximately 500 square feet. It's not the dominant landscape on my property. Let's see. I wanted a place that my children could play in the front yard. The majority of Dilworth homes do have grass in their front yards, and I was not able to have that based on the elevation of my property and the orientation of the property. I really like to sit on the front porch and watch people walk by like we all do. And I didn't have a place in my front yard for my children to play, walk around, socialize. I also think it's relevant to add that the majority of the artificial grass is not visible from the street. If you see slide 12, please. You can see based on the elevation that the plantings that we invested in at the same time that we did the artificial turf mostly obscure the artificial grass itself. Again, we were not trying to create a property where the dominant landscape was the artificial grass. We simply wanted green space for us to be able to socialize. Objectively, I think feedback from my neighbors has been positive, similar to what Mr. Rudolph communicated on the prior case. Subjectively, I think I have a really pretty front yard, and I'd encourage each of you to stop by and take a look for yourself. In summary, I did not replace any grass in my yard with any type of material that is listed as a non-traditional material within the design standards. I only added artificial grass where there was dirt, weeds, and moss. Artificial grass is not listed as an impermissible material, despite it robustly gaining popularity over the past decade and having been around since the 1960s. My yard is not incongruous with other Dilworth yards simply because I have artificial fescue instead of real fescue. The appearance is the same. So at this point, I'll stop and take questions from the committee.
Let's see if there are any callers. There's still one unknown caller hanging out. If you have called in to the Stark District Commission meeting, hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, what application or address are you calling about?
The one you're discussing now, 406 East Park Avenue.
Okay, perfect. Have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay, we will do that at this time.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And if you could share with us your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. Susan Ashley Moore. I live at 400 East Park Avenue. I'm the owner of that home.
Feel free to share your comments at this time with the commission.
I'll be very brief given the discussion from Mr. Rudolph's property. And I am against using artificial decor as outlined by the Historic District Commission. I think that these documents, while at times can be difficult, I have gone through the commission myself to build a wall in the back, and I had to change the wall. I understand these rules, and they're made for a reason. As a gentleman said earlier there on your commission, that this neighborhood has been around for a long time and is preserved and has a standard, and that's why these rules exist, whether we like them or not. And while I did not formally file this complaint, my husband and I were not the ones that did that. My husband is the one who submitted the letter. My husband's Dr. Michael Gibbs. And while we did not formally file that complaint, we agree with whomever, and I do not know who that is, but I'm guessing it's one of my neighbors. We agree with them that this lawn is artificial and does not belong in Dilworth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Sure. You heard the robust debate or conversation we had with the last applicant. Why are you different?
Well, one, I think Mr. Rudolph's case where his plantings could or could not be, there might be a possible alternative with a different type of planting that does not change the overall usability of his yard. for his family. I agree with him, however, that I think based on the standards, I do think that this commission does have a requirement to the public to create clear standards that is easy to address. And the power of this commission is up to that standard and not further. They do have, or you do have the power to be more lenient. But I think that's what's been established by the state. But from a difference perspective, I think the orientation in terms of what part of our yard would be the primary difference that I would state.
One more question. When the other standards that we've skipped over mention indigenous planting, would you consider artificial turf indigenous planting?
I would need to read the standard. If somebody wants to read that to me, I would appreciate it.
I will, I think it's up here. Let's see here. Commissioner Parati.
I'd love to read it to you.
Sure.
8.4, number 3. Replace diseased or dead plants and trees to match the plant to be replaced or with indigenous species. Number 2, retain existing trees and plantings that help define the district's character. And again, number 6, the full statement, do not replace grass in front yards with paving, gravel, or other non-traditional materials. Would you say that artificial turf is a non-traditional material?
The non-traditional materials are defined in the design standards, and it's the requirement of this commission to periodically update those standards to be reflective of your opinion. So I would turn that back around to you.
Okay, so then my next question, which was my first question, is artificial turf an indigenous plant?
No, it's not.
Can I?
But I'd like to understand the purpose of that question, because there, like I said, when I purchased the property, there were no indigenous plants in that space. So I'm trying to understand the direction you're trying to go, or the point you're trying to make.
I don't know how to be more plain.
Yeah, go ahead.
So just to cut to the chase of the matter, artificial turf is a synthetic material. We typically don't allow synthetic materials on the historical homes. There are certain cases where it's not a natural material that we have allowed, where people have brought in, give us samples, and we voted on it. That is not the case with artificial turf. You know, it's different but similar to a vinyl window. It's a synthetic material, and until maybe to Rudolph's point, maybe in 15 years, it does happen. I kind of doubt it, but at this point in time, it's artificial, and it doesn't show up in our standards. Whether you say it's not even a native material, it's just a synthetic material. So say in plants, there's lots of non-native plants that we would allow because they're organic and they're natural. Maybe not natural to the Southeast, but they're natural growing material. Artificial turf is not. I mean, that's just.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't see your name tag, so I can't address your name, but I appreciate your comments. Commissioner Taylor, I would just say, if this committee has discussed artificial grass at extent, which it sounds like has happened, I would have thought that there would be public notice and education that it is not a material that is permitted in the UDO in historic districts.
If I may clarify, we allow it in rear yards. It's just the front yard and the visibility. If it's behind a fence and you can't see it, we allow that. But in the front yards, it is not traditional to the design, the historical nature of the Dilworth neighborhood, as it's throughout our design standards what the context of Dilworth is, that this commission has repeatedly stated over the past two cases. So, unless there's any additional information, I don't think arguing is a conductive use or conducive to our time. We have other applications. Chair Hawkins, I would ask that you help.
Yep, I'll take
keep
it from
things
here.
moving.
If there are no other questions, we'll go ahead and close for deliberation. All right, commissioners, I don't think that we went through this just recently, so if anybody has a motion, we'll go ahead and entertain it.
I'll make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we deny this application as it is my list. Yeah. As the installation of artificial turf in the front yard is incongruous with design standards for private sites, 8.1, with landscaping and lawns, 8.4, numbers 2, 3, 4, and 6, and the Secretary of Interior standards, numbers 2, 3, 6, and 9. And that front yards in Dilworth have grass and natural vegetation ground cover and planting beds and no non-traditional materials. And the artificial turf product installed in the front yard is made of monofilament polyethylene, a non-traditional material, replacing the front yard grass and ground cover.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion?
Are there any additional facts you'd like to add to support that you went over in discussion?
We can add the fact that, I think you said it though, that the Dilworth neighborhood has
Front yards have grass.
ground covering and artificial, or not artificial, no artificial,
Vegetation.
natural vegetation that thrive in shaded areas.
And I believe Commissioner Wojcik had something to add? Okay.
That was what I was gonna say.
Anything else? Anything else from Commissioner Taylor?
Oh, Commissioner Taylor.
Do you want to repeat what you said about synthetics being?
That artificial turf is a synthetic material and wouldn't allow that in the front yard. Permissible in the rear yard, behind a fence, but not in the front yard. Historic neighborhood.
All right. Accepted? All right.
Accepted.
Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Barth says yes. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to deny passes 11-0.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, do we need a break?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You want to do a 10-minute break and come back at, do 12 minutes, 2:50?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. and the, yes. Okay, welcome back. It is 2:55 p.m. and we are moving on to application number 8. It was continued from the April 9th meeting, and I'm passing it over to Candace.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are now opening the evidentiary hearing for case number 8, 220 South Summit Avenue. And I believe the applicant is online. As Christy said, this application has been continued from the April 9th meeting for the items listed on page 1 of the staff memo. The applicant has provided a revised presentation. And on page 10, we have the site plan. Page 11, we have elevations, front elevation, rear elevation on page 12, and a side elevation on 13 and 14. Angie, are you online?
I am.
Have you been sworn in?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
All right. If anyone else is on the line, please, or in the room, if you have not yet been sworn in, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and I believe Angie also provided a supplement information starting on page 9 of the supplement with some additional photos. Angie, if you'd like to state your name and address for the court reporter and let me know where you'd like to begin. Thank you.
Yes, Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208. So thank you, Candace. So I just wanted to kind of give you guys, as on slide 11, as you see, it kind of gives you the evolution of this project back in March and where it has transformed to now. And I'll leave this for a moment, but so we've gone in March, it was a 2-story brick trying to match the roof pitches from the house to on the bottom left-hand slide of slide 11, you can see that we tried to maintain the original garage, do a 1 3/4 addition on the upper levels. It was brought back and then told us to consider some of the previous projects that had been approved. I think one as an inspiration was 524 Grandin. That had just a gable and dormers. And so that's kind of where we landed. Now, let me, as far as the site plan, so slide 10, I just want to refer to the footprint. So this garage is currently, 29.9, roughly 30 feet by 24 feet. It sits in the back left corner of the lot. It abuts an alley to the back side, the 15-foot alley, and it's also on a 4-lane public right-of-way. So there's 2 lanes going into town, 2 lanes going out of town. So there's also a grade change on this garage, and the alley and the 4th Street side, there is a significant grade change where the garage seems to be nestled into the ground. Also, too, when this garage was built, it was built as an accessory structure, not an accessory dwelling. Therefore, its setbacks were different than what we would consider today for accessory dwellings. So we would have to comply with the current zoning for setbacks for accessory dwelling, whether it's through the addition, anything that is going to be conforming. We can leave existing non-conforming structures, but anything conforming would have to meet the setbacks for accessory structures. Having said that, so I want to point out that there was a staff comment about size. And if you look at this garage, because of the grade in the alley and 4th Street, there's nowhere else to put in a stair. So the addition to the right, so the center of the slide 10, you can see what was previously proposed and where Candace is pointing the cursor now, which is the right side of slide 10, you'll see that we carefully only added enough for a stairwell to this existing garage. We are not adding to the depth other than the width for a stairwell. And let's see, slide 11. I'm going to jump to slide 11. And then I'm going to go to photos. So the existing house has a 612 pitch roof. It is a 2-story, used to be a duplex, 2-story brick structure. It does have pork chop eaves, which I will get to. But so we went from 2-story brick to a 1 3/4 to, we decided to rip off the roof in its entirety. Talking to staff, there was nothing historic about this roof. And so in order to comply with the roof pitch, there's a note, as you can see, the dormers do relate to the roof pitch on the house. But the gable of the garage does not, right? So it has a completely different pitch, although it is a different pitch, it does relate to the house. So the addition for the stairwell is to the right, interior side. And as you can see in the bottom left hand of slide 11, you're going to see this structure. There's a photograph. So if you can zoom in on that, Christy, there is an adjacent structure. I know it's not historic. It is there in context. It is an accessory dwelling. Slide down a little bit. Correct. So you can see that that is a 2-story or 1.5 story garage, and there is an accessory dwelling above that particular garage. And so just want you to keep that in mind. Slide 12, please. So slide 12 is the left side elevation, which is the street side. So this is on 4th. You can see it's nestled into the ground. The alley slopes up and the grade slopes to South Summit. So there is pavement and there's fencing back there on the property. So again, going from a 2-story elevation to 1-story with a dormer, but it does have a sided dormer addition. Slide 13. So slide 13, this is the alley side. There are no windows on this, although we do want to add a window in the gable. So, and I'll get to materials in a minute, but it is going to be a brick gable front and back. The brick will be non-painted. They do have a match for the brick, which we can work with staff on to get actual samples, but adding a window in the room above and then adding window in the stairwell, which is the addition that you see here on the inner right side or the left side in that photo or in the drawing. Slide 14. Slide 14 shows the interior courtyard. We are going to do a tree save. There is a tree that is kind of on the property line as the fence swings around. There is going to be a tree protection. Previously, we were going a lot closer to the tree. Now we're only encroaching slightly. But where you see these 2 doors, one is into the back of the garage, one is in the front of the garage, there's windows. And so what we want to do is create this gable end, which is needed for the stairwell, to be out of hardy material, painted hardy. And then I know there's a comment about fenestration in the bottom right corner of that June. Yes. So we do want to add a window in the stairwell. I know we'll have to work with staff on location, but as far as symmetry for this and the balance of this elevation, we do want to add a window on this elevation. Slide. Actually, I'm going to go to the photos. Can you go back up for a moment, Candace? Slide 9. So slide 9, I just want to point out a couple of things. So in the right in the middle where you can see the accessory dwelling to its right, again, keep that in mind. There's also another accessory dwelling across the street on 4th, again, across the 4-lane road. And then the view from both sides of the street. So if you're walking down the sidewalk, you see the back of this garage and the accessory dwelling. So the bottom of slide 9 on the left-hand side. And then this is the slide to the right, is where you're standing in the middle of the road looking at the garage. So I just want to point that out. So this is kind of a fast moving lane, not that it matters, but I know we want to still keep the context of it. If you go to the site section, I believe it is slide 14, maybe slide 15. Okay, so slide 15, you can see the existing garage is kind of nestled into the alley. And then the center is what was previously submitted in April, and the bottom as it is in context with the house. The addendum, if you can go to, or the supplement, excuse me. So one of the comments is pork chop eaves, and we do want to match what's on the house. So you can see the existing house, and this is a photo from a little bit while ago. You can see it in the date in the upper left-hand corner, but it does have pork chop eaves, a closed box soffit, and this is also on the front of the house as well. So if you look at slide 11, you'll see that it is also on the front porch. And so we do want to match the details. The garage also has, as it was built, I believe in 2007 or so, also has boxed soffits. So while it does say no pork chop eaves, we do want to consider the pork chop eaves. So the other thing I wanted to point out is when you look at Polaris, based on the GIS information, this is the next slide. So slide 12, there is a significant grade change from street to street. And if you do the math, just in simple math, it looks like there's about a 17-foot grade change, if my math is correct, from Summit to Grandin. And I just want to point that out again in slide 11. When you look at this and we talk about scale and size and massing, you can see that slope up. And so this garage is not increasing much in height in order to gain a level above. We are doing lower eave heights for the dormers, which is in the elevations. You could see that we're not a full wall height on the upper level. And so just in context, again, you could see that the house behind has a really tall foundation wall. There's an alley in between, but just wanted to kind of give you that perspective. And then elevations, I think if you want to look at the elevations, again, I'm sorry, Christy, as far as the heights, the dormer heights, you'll see that we are not a full height for the box, for the eave heights, for the dormers. Materials, hardy, painted hardy, corner boards to be wood, boxing to be wood, soffits. And again, we can work with staff on all the particulars as we always do. The other one thing that I wanted to mention, I know it was mentioned in staff analysis number 2, the colonial style door. And we will work with staff. It was just a placeholder at the moment, but we can work with staff on going back to a colonial style 6-panel door, and also work with staff on that metal roof that's in the interior portion of the lot. So we can work with staff on that. Just want to go through my notes real quick. Mechanical locations, not sure what type of mechanical system we'll use on this, but we will work with staff on location and screening because it is going to be visible from the alley and from the street. It'll probably be somewhere interior courtyard or interior lot size. And we will also provide a tree protection plan to staff. That's it.
Thank you, Angie. Are there any, it looks like we have one unknown caller. Caller, if you are calling in for case
822 or 220 South Summit. Can you please state your name? Okay. Chair Hawkins, over to you.
All right. Hi, Angie.
Hello, how are you?
Doing well, thank you. I think you called out all the things that we probably will talk about. So I know you're not new to this. I do want to point out one thing about the pork chop eaves. What our position has been that we want to bring items or properties or build structures more in compliance versus taking them out of compliance. And I understand the point of the main structure has the pork chop eaves, but you're not doing anything on that structure. And so I believe, and my other commissioners will, I'm sure we'll talk about it in deliberation, but the position had been to, make sure that any structure that you are working on, that you be compliant with the standards, bring them more in keeping with the standards versus going in the other direction. So just want to make sure to mention that.
Yes, so one of the things, as you'll notice, the dormers themselves don't have that, but the gable being brick, we did do I call it a dog ear return. And when I had just a conversation with staff, I guess it was a couple days ago, last week, you'll see that we did a dog ear return, which is more common on a traditional structure versus the pork chop eave. So if we can look at that as an option, I'm fine either way. These are minor details. There's only 4 of them, 4 corners that we have to deal with. But doing a traditional open soffit or like a box soffit that's a square cut versus a plumb cut is not traditional with brick. And so I'm fine doing that in the dormers, but we can work with staff if that is okay on these returns on this kind of colonial type of structure.
Okay. Thank you, Angie. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Lineberger?
Hey, Angie, I just have a comment about the change in the design. When you look from March to now, it's such a test case to me in how a design can be really improved and developed through this process. And by going through this process, it's just such a dramatic change when you look at that, the slide that's up right now. I know we have other things and details and, other things to discuss about it, but from where it started to where it is, a major, major change and improvement. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, the evolution of this from existing to March to April to June, taking a few extra weeks to resolve it, extremely helpful.
Couldn't agree more. Other questions? Commissioner Barth?
I'm going to try. Angie, I think you brought this up, or maybe you mentioned it kind of loosely on the shed dormers, the square cut eaves. Could you go to plumb cut on those just for consistency?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That was easy. I was kidding. All right, other questions? Other questions? Not we.
Hi, Angie. It's Commissioner Sullivan.
Hello, Commissioner Sullivan.
I'm looking at slide 11 at the front. The one that's up. And I just wanted to, I'm not an architect, so if you can help me just look at the proportion of the first level, which is the original garage, if I'm assuming correctly, and then the second level where we have a brick gable with the double window in the second floor. When I'm eyeballing this, in the drawing, it looks like the way the double window is set, that it sits sort of higher in the second level, or the second level is actually taller than the first level. And I'm looking at the dimensions on the left, and it looks like it's 9 feet from ground to the bottom of the eave. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, so the existing first floor ceiling, the existing, right? So it's 9 feet, but it had 2x6 ceiling joists. So we can't use 2x6s for floor systems. And we're increasing it to 16 inch. So we're going above that. So we're, ripping off the roof, ripping off the existing ceiling joists. And then you're 1'4", so 16-inch floor trusses or floor joists, I-joists, to get to a finished floor, because I have to structurally support it. I've got to go 24 feet across. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, pretty
Okay.
much. That's helping me.
Okay.
So the finished floor on the second level is
right there.
Is that where it says, I see, first finished ceiling plus 10 foot floor?
Yeah, so it should say first floor, not ceiling. It should say floor. I'm sorry. It should say finished floor. But it's 10'4". That's just a copy paste. I'm sorry, but it's 9-foot ceilings, and then the floor of the upper level is 10'4" above grade, and then you have 9-foot ceilings internally. So, but it slopes down to 6 feet and change. So the ceilings are not 9 feet across the entire second floor. They're sloping down.
Gotcha. Is there a design consideration or a practical consideration for the 9-foot ceiling at that second level in the sort of the primary volume of the garage at that level?
So as far as its overall height, I could have made it 8 feet. It's just I'm taking it as high as I possibly can internally. So, and also because too, there is the building code that says no less than 50% of habitable space shall be at 7 feet. And so we have calculations that we have to do that in floor plan, habitable space at 7 feet. So if I were to pull in my 7-foot header line, or where that ceiling line is, I have to make sure that I have at least 50% of that space is at 7 feet. So that's the calculation. But the ceiling line internally, I believe it's in the floor plan where you can see it changes. And again, I could have chosen not 8. I'm trying to take it as high as possible, but it's internal space. So my floor system that's between the ceiling and the floor, I have to have minimum 16 inches to clear that span. And so that kind of dictated where I'm starting my my rafters, basically, and where they're landing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that helps. Thank you.
Hi, Angie.
Hello.
So I don't see it here, and maybe it's buried deep in other months' presentations. But this building, how does it compare in terms of height and width to other historic ones? I know you've pointed out context with the new building, but what about historic?
So as far as historic garages, I don't have any other historic garages. They've been added to or modified. And I think the one that we called out at the April meeting was 524 Grandin as an example of what can be an approved model, if you will, not a precedent, but as kind of a model to this. Obviously the one next door is not historic. So on the block, I don't have any other garages. There is one on 4th, but it's in violation, so I can't use that one.
Right.
you know, but
I'd
as
like to
far
see-
as its aesthetics, the 524 Grandin example, is probably the closest to, you know, gable, although that was a two-story kind of looking
Could we bring
structure.
that one up just to refresh our memories? Because I agree with Commissioner
Yeah.
Lineberger in that this has come so far. To be the fly in the ointment, it still feels, it feels like a larger building. And so that's why I ask these questions.
Right. So if you look at the site, well, I know she's flipping through right now, but if you look at the site section, and how the grade goes up and how it relates to the house itself is a two-story structure, right? So
Sure.
there's no doubt it's two-story. So when you look at it in comparison to what's here, and even the house behind it, as I mentioned, there's like a 17-foot grade drop from front to back. And so in proportion to the lot behind it, the alley, it's scaled, right? And so one of the things that we talk about is scale reducing techniques. How do we reduce its scale? How do we miniaturize it without shrinking it too much? And it's based on proportion, scale, size, and it's human scale, right? So if you're walking down the street, it's not how big it measures, but how it feels as scale. And so as you're walking up this driveway, you can see in this slide, there's, it's in the ground. Like there's, it's kind of sunken into the ground. And that's also too, one of the reasons we can't put the stairs anywhere else other than on the interior of the lot. And also too, just as I mentioned earlier, because of its setback, the dormers absolutely have to be set back from the back property line, because I can't put it any closer. Like I can't move that dormer all the way to the back. It has to be where it is. Non-coplanar walls, right? So the dormers are non-coplanar, they're tucked in. Eave heights for those dormers to be minimized so that they're not a full height wall. But one of the things that we're matching is the pitch on the house. It has a 612 pitch. You know, obviously we'd love to do a full two-story. We're not. And again, if you kind of look at the scale of it in its evolution, kind of is, and look, if you go back to that slide, Candace, slide 12, the bottom, you know, look at the left elevation of this, which is the street side. And so when, you know, just that proportion, so, you know, as far as the scale of it is much, much smaller than what it could have.
But it was,
yeah. Yeah.
It was pretty massive though to start.
Sort of. Well, I called it a fire station last time. I didn't mean to offend anybody, you know, in its prior, you know, design, but it did.
Well, it's not that anymore.
No.
Christy, quick question, just to jog my memory. When we don't have historic precedent from which to pull, how then do we say, well, okay, we'll approve this anyway?
Because it's an accessory structure and it's how it relates back to the main structure.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think if you go to 8.10 accessory buildings, it talks specifically about the importance of relating the accessory building to the main building, making sure it's secondary in nature, all those things.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Christy. I was trying to find that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. 810. Got it.
Yes, 810.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah. Hey, Angie.
Hey, Brian.
Do you have any idea of what the foundation, how much the foundation is retaining on the backside?
From what I can tell, roughly 18 inches based on grade, roughly.
Okay,
and you
so
can see that in one of the photos.
Can you go to slide 12?
Mm-hmm.
So that bottom right, when you're saying 24 feet from somewhere to
from the
ridge
front.
line, yeah. So as you go back in there from grade, it's actually
less.
21 feet or, whatever,
Correct.
whatever that, so it's a little misleading to say that it's not consistent. I mean, so it is retaining, you may have 22.4 at the back, but as you go up the street, you're getting closer to 20 feet.
That is correct. And that's one of the images that is included in this presentation is what you see. And it might even be from the previous presentation that we had, but we showed photographs and there's a fence there and the sidewalk is higher than the garage. And, you can,
No
you can
offense, but
see
whoever
its
taking the
clip.
photographs could do a better job.
Yeah, sorry.
You
But
could
it
tell
is-
a better story with it being sunken in, because it does look, I mean, it's gonna
sunken.
be lower than it actually shows on plan.
Right. Well, look at the
Back
fence, because the fence is actually on the ground and the driveway, the alley slopes up.
Yeah.
Right. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Other questions for Chris?
One
Oh, sorry,
more.
Barth.
You show, and I think we may have asked to put this in, or maybe you put it in, Angie, on the Zotwell survey, on this street elevation, can you hear me? Sorry. There's another window on that elevation. It's shown on the Zotwell for June. It's not shown on the elevation.
Oh, yeah. That it's not there. We kept the original window. I believe we kept the original window on the first floor. So this was a copy paste, apologies, but it's whatever's on the elevations, the larger scale is there. And I will say it's a little bit of security for the first level. So we eliminated that window. So what you see in the June meeting is correct. In this slide 12, not the Zutwell slide. So that was just really for the height, but sorry, Chris.
I don't know what we'll talk about in deliberation, or the others we'll talk about in deliberation. But if, for fenestration rhythm, would you be open to putting that or something else back in to aid in that if we deem that an issue on that street facing elevation?
Yeah, so again, I'm going to refer to slide 12 if I can. In the so it's kind of behind that shrub. If you look at the upper left-hand corner of slide 12, if you can zoom in on that, and even slide 11, it's behind a fence. It's the windows. Now also to FYI, the windows in here are going to all be replaced to match. So, but it'll fit within the original opening. Didn't want to cut into the masonry any more than we had to, which is original. Well, not original, but existing.
Okay, yeah, I don't know that it is an issue. I just wanted to see
Okay.
that if you'd be open to it.
Yeah,
Thanks.
good catch, Chris. Good catch. We put these little, Easter eggs in there to see if you guys catch them.
Keep us on our toes. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. I knew he was going to say that. That's why I did it.
Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, we'll close for deliberation. So to start us off, and I don't even know that, just to start us off with the reasons for continuation, I think the redesign addresses all of them, but we'll start with the first. Context 6.1 through 6.4. I think because this is an accessory structure, we're looking at how it relates to the main structure. So I believe that addresses the context. Any other thoughts on that?
I'd just comment, I think that this transition to 1.5 stories and using the dormers to facilitate the repetition of roof pitch was extremely successful in achieving what we were asking her to do.
Excellent. All right. Okay, then that takes us to massing 6.8. So totally redesigned with the, I think, stairwell located on the inner elevation, the dormer, addition of the dormer. I believe all of those kind of address the massing issues that we were concerned about from the last iteration. Other thoughts on massing?
I repeat what I just said a little bit ago.
Yeah.
Because it addresses both.
Yeah, agreed. All right, we just mentioned accessory buildings 8.10. I don't know what we meant by that, but it is an accessory structure.
Yeah, it talks about how the accessory buildings must relate back to the primary.
Got it. Okay. And then we didn't look at any other details, but through Angie's presentation, we talked about trim. I think there was some mention about doors and windows, some fenestration items. So, Commissioners, what are your thoughts on other details we need to?
Could we delve into the pork chop eaves? I know that came up and we talked about how that was on the primary, but we don't want to see it on the accessory building because we like to bring things into more into compliance. And then Commissioner Barth, I think it was Commissioner Barth and Angie had a discussion about, what's the term, dog ears?
Dog ear returns.
Yes, the dog ear returns. Could we talk about that? I could use some help understanding that a little more.
The, what she's drawn is like a return pent eve. It, it could return a little more to help, but this is a traditional way to handle a closed soffit with a gable condition.
And then
And then you mentioned on the dormers,
And Angie said she was open to this, going to a plumb cut versus a square cut as shown for consistency.
could you describe, I hate to make you talk again, but could you describe plum cut?
You don't like my voice?
I didn't want to make you feel bad, worse.
So if you zoom in, Christy, on the shed dormer overhang, the eaves were at the end of the rafter are not perpendicular with the ground plane. They're cut perpendicular to the slope of the rafter, which is inconsistent. What we like to do is plumb cut, which is straight up and down.
Got it. Thank you. Other details? What about the fenestration? I think, was that the right elevation? Yeah.
Yeah, by the stairwell, where the stairwell is.
And she said she would be willing to work with staff on that, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so do we agree that a window should go there?
Yes.
Okay.
Is staff comfortable with?
Yeah. Thank you. Is staff comfortable working with the applicant on a window addition?
Yes.
In the area? Okay, thank you. Was there anywhere else? I know, I hate to keep hitting. Oh, over the,
Traditionally, we don't prefer metal
We've
in
got
general, but
standing seam
standing seam.
in accent roofing, correct? Candace, or
I think you've done it before in rear yards or on back
this is
porch.
Yeah.
Less visible, but
it's fairly concealed.
Yeah, this is pretty visible. It's right there on the corner.
I know we've used them as porch roofs and accent roof lines in some locations, but
Why don't we refer back to our standards? I'll look that up.
You've allowed it
So,
on porch roofs, on rear elevations, on corner lots, on main buildings. Like, this is an inner corner. Right back in there.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, go for it.
4.5, bottom right, standing seam metal roofs are not commonly found in the districts, but are occasionally found on porches, bay windows, and other secondary locations. Standing seam is frequently used on commercial roofs.
Look at you.
It's also practical because of the pitch, and it's not recommended to do the shingles on anything that low of a pitch. I know people do it, but it's not recommended. And the copper or metal standing seam is perfectly suited for the low pitch. And I think the low pitch is proper for this design.
Mm-hmm.
If we wind up allowing it, we should refer to 4.5, number 8.
Okay, 4.5, number 8. What about lights?
I don't believe any lights were part of this application, but I mean, staff can assist with lighting.
Okay. Thank you. Other details?
So if we go back to the roof returns and the more traditional pent eve return on the lower level, and then request the trim board to be cut straight instead of plumb. No, opposite, cut plumb instead of square. Okay, I mean, it does make sense to have two different kind of design elements because the dominant one is on the first floor, and that's the one that's defining the main story of the house. And then the dormer could have a different return, or so I think I was kind of talking out loud to make myself see if that made sense to me, but it makes sense to me to not have the same roof return at each soffit because there are two different architectural elements.
Okay. That's how I took it, but yeah. Yeah. Yep. Other details? Is that
That's everything
everything?
listed.
Okay. In that case, and we need to make sure they can work with staff on mechanical location as the applicant mentioned and provide a tree protection plan. All right, so do we feel like we have a motion?
I'll float a complicated motion for.
Okay.
I would like to give it a try. Let's see. All right, I move to approve this application because the project's not incongruous with the special character of the district as described in Chapter 3 of the design standards and is consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards for historic rehabilitation on page 2.5. In that context, massing, height, and width, scale, and roof forms, 6.1 to 6.4, 6.8, 6.9, and 6.13. Windows, doors, 6.15 and 16. Cornice and trim and materials, 6.14, 6.18. I would like to add that this approval is conditional on the following. A working with staff on the metal roof and consider consider alternatives. 4.5, number 8, and 6.13. Adding a first level window on the right elevation, 6.15 to 6.16. Also to work with staff for probable approval. To restudy the man door on the front elevation and consider options. Work with staff for probable approval, 6.15, 6.16. And to restudy eave details in 2 locations. The first, consider plumb cut eaves at the dormers in lieu of the current pork chop eaves, and to consider a dog
Ear return.
on the main gable eave detail. Also, that's roofs, that is roof form and materials, cornices and trim, 6.13, 6.14. I think that's it.
May I add a friendly amendment, please, that we use 8.10 for accessory buildings, number 2 and 3?
Thank you, Commissioner Parati. Amendment accepted.
Staff has a clarifying question. You're not approving the metal, or you are?
Can they work with staff, or is that something that we need to make a decision on?
I would have the commission decide if they want metal, and we can work with them on whatever is
During the
selected.
discussion, we said we would approve that, but then we had a standard that I called out, and you wrote it down.
0.5, number 8.
Yeah, so.
Says it's okay.
Okay, I will amend to remove the restudy on the metal roof, which the commission is approving.
Thank you.
All right. Let's get to discussion. So you can you want to make an amendment?
I just want to add, I want to add the site work. I didn't think that he had that in there.
Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. And also to add that applicants work with staff on site work 8.1 to 12.
Okay.
Should we define dog ear eave? I think that maybe the pent eave return is maybe a little more proper terminology for future, if we're going back.
Okay.
I
So,
was just going to mention that, Commissioner Whitlock. And I kind of defer to staff. There's some historical details for pent eave returns. Everybody calls them something different. I've called them pent eave returns. The pent eave would go all the way across. But typically there's a little bit more, that pent eave piece is a little bit longer, at least 12 to 18 inches.
That's perfect.
So pent eave return versus dog ear return?
Yeah, that's what we call them too, pen eaves. I wasn't sure what a dog eave was, but
Okay, and we're going to amend the terminology on our eave detail from dog ear to pent eave.
And Commissioner Sullivan,
compromise this dog eave return.
did you mention letter C, number 3, letter C from the staff memo?
Oh, yes.
I don't think I did. Is there a page? Do you have a page number?
Commissioner
Page
Sullivan.
3, it's on the.
It's all brick is to remain unpainted.
And adding the following condition that all brick is to remain unpainted per standards for masonry
5.5.
5.5.
5.5, yes.
Thank you.
Did you mention the tree protection?
And applicant to submit a tree protection plan.
Standard 8.5.
Standard 8.9?
5.
8.5.
All right. We've got a healthy motion.
Good job.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Bell? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 11-0. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, Angie, stick around.
I'm not going anywhere.
All right. This is Christy again. And we are now going to talk about 2225 The Plaza. This was continued from the May 14th meeting. I don't have to ask, Angie's been sworn in. Are there any recusals from the commission? No, we're all good? Okay. So the evidentiary hearing for 2225 The Plaza starts with continuance. So the items for continuance are outlined on page 1 of the presentation. Context, setback, massing, Secretary of Interior standards, and then just a note that all the big changes need to be reviewed first because that might impact how some of the design details are made. The applicant has submitted a revised proposal with information is on slide 2 that staff has done the comparison. We are missing a setback from the left property line to the left elevation thermal wall, easy fix. But I will say proportionally, the building has just kind of shrunk down. I think the example when I was talking to staff, it's like Alice in Wonderland just shrunk proportionally. So that's what Angie did with the house. So Angie, I am going to turn it over to you. And as a reminder, if you could just state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, 28208.
Angie,
And
I'm sorry, I have you on slide 18 with the site plan kind of showing all those changes.
Sure,
Let me know if you
that
want
works.
to go anywhere else. Okay.
Okay, so as you know, she called it an Alice in Wonderland shrinking. I love that. So because this house had a gable front to back, right? That was the main gable front to back. By reducing its width, it naturally reduced its height, right? Pure geometry. So what we did is we did take the same design. We modified some interior spaces, but reduced the house overall 3 feet left to right. We took 2 feet out of the left, 1 foot out of the right, and we shrunk the house so that it would be more compatible to the block face. And we'll go over that in a minute. But so when you see this and you're going to ask yourself, well, what changed? Right? So the beauty of this is, again, gables front to back reduced the height. And so front porch stayed the same in design. The front stayed the same. The rear stayed the same. The side gables got lower. I mean, actually, the ridge height to those modified slightly. And so one of the things that we wanted to do was shift the house to the right. As you know, to the north, which is to the right, is a gas station. It's a commercial property, not in the district. So this house sits right at the beginning of the district or the end of the district, depending on how you want to look at it. Previous comments were it was too far forward, push the house back a little bit, almost where the original house was. We did that. So if you look at its comparison from the May meeting to the June meeting, you can see that the house is significantly pushed back and to the right. So we're hugging the right side. I believe we're at 8 feet on the right. This lot is 66 feet wide, while the lot to its south end of the block, they're only 50-foot wide lots. And I do have a comparison of block widths and proportions on this, but the dimension that you're missing on the left is 21 feet between property line and the thermal wall of the left thermal wall of the house, as you can see on slide 18. We do want to keep the driveway where it is, but we are protecting some of the trees. It's very large trees along that fence line on the left-hand side or the south side of the property. And so and I'm going to ask this, we might have to work with staff on how to redirect around these trees in order to protect them. So I'm going to ask for a little bit of leniency there to work with staff on the drive paths. Also, the front steps, we do want to maintain the front steps. So that's why the sidewalk does kind of skirt around a little bit. We do want to retain some semblance of where the sidewalk and the front steps are. Now, where we had the house placed before, the sidewalk went straight up to the front porch. We're going to have to do a little bit of moving around here unless we get permission to relocate the front steps, which I don't really want to do because that is the one remaining piece, that and the curb cut of what's the original driveway. You asked for driveway widths previously and the carriage path width. I believe they're 16 inches originally, and we're going to go to 24 so that they're fitting cars of today's standards, not cars of the 1930s. So you can see that that is noted on slide 18. Slide 19, if you will. So slide 19, you guys asked for setbacks. You know, how this is existing house, obviously, you know, it's front setback, and this is not exact science. It's just based on Polaris and GIS information. As you can see to the north, you have the gas station. To the south, which is on your left side, you can see they vary from 31 feet to 32 feet, 34 feet. And I just took to the closest point to the property line, not to the sidewalk. The next slide is a slide 20, is a comparison. Let's see what I did here. Oh, yeah, in the Zootwell survey as well. So you can see, you know, it's block face. So the closest 360-degree structure, historic structure, is actually south, and it's across the street. So across the street, you don't have anything that's historic. To the north, you don't have anything that's historic. I'm going to go to the next slide, slide 21, Christy. So slide 21, I wanted to show this because we talked about the width and the property width in proportion ratio. So, you know, you've got 4 lots to the south that are actually 50-foot wide, and the average structure is about 33 feet wide. And so what I did is I did the math. So 33 is to 50 as 44 is to 66, right? Just in ratio. But our proposed structure is 37 feet wide. Originally, we had 40 last meeting. We had 40 feet wide. And the average setback is 33.2. The proposed setback to the porch on this is 33.6, and to the thermal wall is 43.6. Let's go to some of the photos, Christy. If you can go, not the old historic, demo photos, but there's some photos on slide 15. Let's try 15. So slide 15. What I wanted to show here is you can see in the very center of the slide, you can see the driveway and the fence and the tree roots. You can see the front of a truck. So this is the south side of the lot. And I do want to work with staff in really coordinating the driveway path to protect these trees as much as possible. We have to anyway by tree ordinance. Even though the trees are on the property line. You can see that just to the left and center of slide 15, I'm standing in the gas station looking at the house. This is what I see. So you see the original chimney of the house. This is the view from the gas station side. While it is not part of the district from the gas station side, it is on the property line side. And then you can see some of the surrounding across the street. But the bottom left of slide 15, again, while it is not the original historic structure, there is a 2-story addition on the house south or left of the subject property. And if you could just zoom in just a hair on the center of that slide 15, the bottom, you can actually see where their original house was and what's added to it and how some of the trees or on that property. So you can see, just pan to the left a little bit, Christy, if you can, or to the right, I'm sorry, to the right in the center. So that center photo. Yeah. So you can see it's a 2-story addition on this house. And again, I know that it's not relevant or comparison, but it is there. And it is just something to consider. I do not have the Zootwell height on this, just so you know. We only have the original historic site height. Also the driveway, right? As you're coming down this driveway, another reason to shift the house to the right is also, again, protecting the trees. So that gives you site context and I think answers some of the questions as to spacing, rhythm, location. And then also too, on slide 16, there are other structures that have front-facing gables, front porches. And we wanted to show that as context for design style, proportions, ratio, details, solid brick columns, brick concrete caps. So these are some of the finer details. So kind of jumping into the actual design of the structure, which we never tapped into last time, I think because it was more scale, size, proportion, massing, context. I do want to jump into the materials. So again, while Christy says it didn't look like much changed, actually a lot did change. But we do have some definitions for or some refinements. The porch material is going to be brick with concrete. That's again a common detail. The cheek walls that you have or the bulkheads that go up will be concrete caps. The unpainted brick foundation, cedar shake in the gables. We would like the option, I believe, for a hardy siding. I think we did the hardy artisan siding on this, and wood windows or a clad window. Again, if we can work with staff on the finer details, we would like that. Even boxing details, we would go with traditional. We do have barge rafters on the front, but match the original. So it was open soffits. If you look at some of the original photos that we had in here, we do want to compliment and pay tribute to the house that is going to go away. And as well as some of the like trim details. We know that it's going to be wood, hardy artisan siding. We're going to do a screened in porch. It is not the easy breeze. It is actually screen railing in the back. Let's see what else it had. Bear with me. The spacing. I'm sorry. Can you go to the supplement, Christy, that I had sent? Because there was a question, staff analysis number 2 was to provide a spacing. There you go. So on slide.
Hey, Angie,
Yes.
can I tell you, this isn't accurate for spacing between buildings. The Zotwells are just height.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, but it kind of worked. So let me just say that slide 14 and 15. So if you go to your next slide.
Okay. Yeah, this is better.
Yeah. So, but they were so close, right? Like when I looked at this and I went, oh, wow. The Zootwell was really, really close to this. So I felt like, okay, well, even though this is wherever I put my mouse on the Polaris, it was super close to the Zootwell. So they kind of overlapped each other. But as far as the spacing, this is, I think, what you were looking for. So 16, 12, there was kind of a rhythm, 23, 17, 28. So we're actually going to space it a little more because the house to the south is a little bit taller. And rather than be right on top of it, we do want to give ourselves a little bit more breathing room on this. So while we reduce the house, put it lower in the ground, set it back, we do want to shift it to the right. So it's 8 feet on the right, 21 feet on the left, and the house is 37 feet wide on a 66-foot wide lot. We talked about the height, and there was mention that the house is 25.7. The tallest house in the block is 25.6. We're talking about an inch. Even if we have to adjust its height slightly to be at or under, we're talking about just the grade at this point. So I wanted to mention that as well.
Angie,
yes.
I don't think I told you this, but last meeting you were looking down the blocks a little more. I added the Zotwell surveys for the Mimosa to Belvedere too for height that you might want to look at because there are some, taller houses.
Okay. Honestly, I didn't see that, so thank you. We're going to use Christie's exhibit for taller structures on the block.
It was, it's just the Zotwell survey we had on file, and it was basically based on your exhibit here on slide 21, where you had, we're kind of capturing these. And I remember last month, we were talking about, this house and this block. Just because of this being a unique orientation, nothing in the district is here. And so this is like the next closest that you have really to compare to. So, for what it's worth, they're in there if you wish to use them.
Well, I wish to use them if they help us in height. So I really would not want to lower it any lower.
Okay.
So thank you, Christy, for including slide number 36 and 37. Yes.
So this right here is the corner.
And I believe that's the one that Jessica did. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's this corner. So that's
Yes.
what we're looking at is going down the block this way. And then the next one shows this corner here. So 37 starts here and 36 starts here.
Well, perfect, because on the corner lot that we're talking about right now, those lots are also wider. And so if you look at the widths of those homes in proportion, I think I had mentioned that one was 41 feet wide or so. And the house that we had previously presented was 40. We're now at 37. So if we can use that as part of this presentation. So Christy, thank you for adding those 36 and 37 slide to the presentation. Greatly appreciated.
Welcome. I did note that it's not historic, so
I know
that one doesn't.
I know. I
Okay.
get it.
All right.
But it's
all right.
width, right?
All right.
It's overall width.
Yep.
But column details, brick samples, cap details were noted on the elevations as far as their material being concrete caps. And then the porch material was noted as being brick. And this is in the floor plan too. So you have to kind of go back floor plans and elevations. But so that takes care of the principal structure. I want to jump to the accessory structure. And I will tell you, we do have a slight error in the elevations. The sidewalls were, the dormers were not to be coplanar. They are to be set in. They were incorrectly placed. So I will just make that statement now. The dormers are not coplanar. They step in. So if we can, again, we can work with staff. We just, as in the previous project, similar situation. The garage as presented in May, we had it at a different elevation with the retaining wall. We do have a retaining wall in the back west corner of, or I guess it's southeast corner of the property. And so we will have to have a retaining wall. We do want that to be a stucco or parged wall in the back, but the back of the garage is also retaining. And excuse me, and we'll have to structurally create that. We don't have the structural on this, but we can work with staff when we get our permit ready plans regarding the structure of the rear wall of the garage. This ironically is a garage very similar that we did on a house on 1910 Ewing that was approved and is under construction right now. So it's a very similar type of garage. The gable, the gable front and back with the flanking shed dormers. And this does have a plumb cut eave versus a square cut eave as a comparison to the previous, although the lower gable is a open soffit to match the house. So as far as the windows and the rhythm and the trim on this, again, I know that we can work with staff. I think it was more massing and scale in proportion to the house. We do have a site section between the house and the accessory. Christy, if you can get to that. There should be, there you go, slide 27. So because we're going to regrade at this point and the tree is being removed, we have a tree letter. We do have one other tree that we will, it's at the back right corner of the property that we will get a tree letter for. But because we're kind of working the grade, you can see that the accessory structure, accessory dwelling is 2 feet lower than the house and is clearly subordinate to the house at this point. If you look at the existing house, as you see the existing site section, kind of the house has a reminiscence to what was there. The main difference is gable front and back and left to right. And I think that's it. I think that's it. I'll let you guys ask questions.
Okay, we have a couple of unknown callers. Let's see here. Yep. I see a caller, user number 6. If that's showing up on your end, can you just let us know if you are calling in about item number 92225, the plaza? Okay. No, nothing on Maryland's end. Okay, over to your Chair Hawkins.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wojcik?
Hi, Angie.
Hello.
I'm wanting to ask about some roof lines on the left elevation. And they look like they've been changed from last month to this month. But there's an interesting return and then an offset. So I'm on 27. Or, well, no, what?
25?
Well,
You want 27? I could do 27.
Mine says that's what I'm looking at, but for some
You're
reason
looking at
I have a
this one?
different number. Okay, so it doesn't matter here nor there. There is an offset in the soffit height at the screen porch on this month's submission. Whereas last month it was more engaged with the gable that runs side to side with the house. Was that done purposefully for design? And then it looks like there's a pent eave, but it's not a traditional pent eave on the side gable as well. I just kind of wanted more clarification about those two things.
Yes, so I'm going to ask you to look at the rear elevation, if you will, because that will kind of tell you what's going on with the side right there. So because we have a knee wall to build up the main roof, and it's to get ceiling height, basically keeping a low pitch, but building putting up a knee wall. So previously we had the porch roof aligned with the main roof, and we made these small changes, but because we changed upstairs and we shrunk it interior, we did do a pop-up little bit of a dormer for the bathroom where the center window is. And by doing that, then we changed the rear elevation. We kept the boxing, we can raise it again, but we kept the boxing lower to match the front porch, but kept the main boxing of the house a little bit higher. So that's where you see the difference in the roof and how the roof connects to the wall.
But the second floor exterior projects partially over the screen porch.
Yeah, well, it's higher, it's taller, right? So you have a knee wall at the floor system to raise the entire gable up. And it's been like that since day one, even from the front. If you look at the front elevation as well, which
Yeah, I
is
saw that.
slide 22.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So slide 22. So you can see that the porch is set a little lower. That was done for scaling it down because we felt that if we went on the knee wall, it was too tall. And so
Go back to the side elevation again. It would make sense if the roof wasn't partially engaging over the screen porch. You know, that point right
oh,
there.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
So
It's like-
actually, we can change that to a wall at that point. But it was meant to look like the front.
Yeah.
Yes.
If it engaged into the,
Well,
if
there
they
would be a
didn't, if
wall
there
there.
weren't two of them, then it would present itself more like the front instead
Well-
of having it come out over the top of it. That's all.
Understand. And that's a detail with the roof and the wall, how that screen porch roof would terminate and a wall would begin, similar to the front. So, yeah, and and to me, that's a trim detail because instead of it being boxing over the screen would be wall.
Okay.
Right? Like your roof would stop at that thermal wall of the second floor, if you will, or the gable.
Right,
And
right,
you'd have
right.
boxing, right? You'd have boxing and it would tie in. So it is a detail that we can resolve. Absolutely. And as far as the engagement of the gable, the side gable onto that roof, that's the detail that you're talking about as well, right? That the back half of the cross gable, correct?
Yes.
Like how that comes in. Yeah, we can absolutely. And again, these are not the final working drawings, but we can absolutely work on that detail once we do our sections through here. I'm sure we would have caught that as well, but it is supposed to be wall, not roof.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
All right. Other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Barth?
Found another Easter egg. You go to the front elevation. So I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it to you so we can have it on record. the three-part window on the front bump out is not aligned with the center of the gable. I imagine that's because of the wall pulled in.
Yeah.
Correct.
It should be centered. Absolutely. Chris, thank you for finding that Easter egg. I love it. I'm going to keep doing this to you
You do this
guys.
for me. I appreciate it. And
In the
then-
plan, it is probably centered. We'll have to look, but yes, it is centered.
Yeah. And I think I understand what Commissioner Wojcik was talking about, where basically we have two overlapping roof planes on the side, one for the porch, one for the main roof line, which gets kind of hard. You know, there's some like intermediate area between the two, which I think becomes kind of different. Or are you saying you'd build wall above the screen porch where the second floor exists?
Correct. So we would take that thermal wall of the gable and just continue it straight down. It would be at the center of where the two moles of the screen meet, because we have such deep overhangs. So it would align almost perfectly at that point. Or we can raise the roof. I mean, I have no problem, you know, if we need to raise the roof and make it, you know, smooth and coplanar.
I was gonna suggest that, just because, you know, we don't see too many, especially in a craftsman style, see too many conditioned spaces being built over unconditioned spaces on historic homes. And it would help your transom panels for the screen porch too.
Sure.
So I would say that would kind of conceal that second floor a little better if you want to raise the porch roof and kind of align those planes.
Yeah, so if you look at the rear elevation again, Chris, we would make it like it was before, but we do, because we shrunk the house left to right, we would have to still adjust some of the features on the back of the house. You know, we added that detail where the laundry room is, where the window is, the door, balance, roof, because the bathroom upstairs bumps out a little bit, but we can raise those gables up to be in line, and I'm going to use coplanar with the roof.
Yeah, I would say that would probably
Okay.
Geometrically and roof form wise, that would be a simpler,
Yes.
more consistent with the architectural style. I think
Agreed.
we prefer that.
Okay.
Then if we could go to the ADU elevations, or I don't know if it's an ADU, the garage.
It is an ADU, Chris.
Okay. The roof overhangs on that. Where am I? Sorry, I need to orient myself. Okay. So like on the dormer, and the main roof overhang as well. For craftsman style, usually we see deeper overhangs. Would you be open to doing deeper overhangs, particularly on the dormer, the shed dormer?
Sure. We've reduced them to 6 inches. We had 12 on the garage, but we can, you know, go 12 and 18 just in proportion. I do need to be careful with the setbacks, but other than that, yes.
Okay.
We can increase those, no problem.
I think, you know, typically for craftsman style, dormer overhangs are a little bit oversized in general, but I think adding 6 inches to both would be helpful, just in keeping with that architectural style, and complements the house too.
Okay.
And then you do kind of show like a pork chop eave condition on the shed dormer, and you said something about that. Can you speak to that again? Is that a pork chop eave?
Yes. As far as the front elevation of the ADU, so we're going to do the plumb cut. We'll match the same comments that we had in the previous application. It won't be pork chop. We'll do plumb cut.
Okay, so will it be an open soffit, closed soffit?
Well, it'll still be a closed soffit, but it'll be a plumb cut closed soffit.
Okay, and then the barge rafter on that will be straight. It won't have the return down. So
That's correct.
there won't be a flat soffit on the slope side.
No, it'll be similar to the house and some of the original details of the house that we had. The barge rafter, you're going to see exposed boxing underneath, so the beadboard soffit to match. And again, we can work with staff on some of those crosscut details.
Gotcha.
We don't have the working drawings to this yet, but we will.
Okay.
All right, other questions for the applicant? Any other questions? If not, we'll close for deliberation. All right, so let's take a look at why it was continued and see if everything was addressed, which I believe it was, but. And my computer just stopped responding. Candace, if you wouldn't mind scrolling to the reasons for continuation, I can't get out of this.
Sure, and we can get you a iPad too and get that up and running.
Okay, I got it, sorry. All right. So we said standards for context, 6.2, restudy how this house fits within the context of 360-degree context. I believe this was addressed with the Zutwell survey that was shown. I think Christy helped out a little bit there, showing further down the block.
Slide 36 and 37.
Yes. So anyone feel differently that this has not been addressed in the new submission? Okay. Going to setback, page 6.5 and spacing, 6.6. The setback needs to be in keeping with the historic homes along the site, provide information about setback and spacing, including on the spacing of the homes along this lot. And Angie did do that, or the applicant did do that. So that has been addressed. She even shifted the home after making the adjustments. Anybody feel differently? Okay. Next one, number 3, massing, page 6.8, restudy that. I believe that was done through the adjustments that were made, the Alice in Wonderland effect, as it was referenced. Next, the Secretary of Interior Standards, page 2.5, specifically numbers 9 and 10. And those speak to context again. So we did agree that though context was addressed. And then we did not get in, okay, it says commission is not addressing anything past what's been stated because those items, so yes, we didn't go into further detail, but I think in this submission, Angie did, the applicant did show us further details, like the trim, the driveway, and other items. So other thoughts on maybe those details that we did not get to, since everything that it was continued for has been addressed?
Commissioner Hawkins, I have a question of a concern, I think.
For staff or
Yeah,
we need me to
for
open
the
it?
commission.
Oh, okay.
For you, I'd like to hear everybody's thoughts. I feel comfortable with the majority of the design. I'm a little concerned about the complexity of form on the rear elevation. We kind of talked about the roof lines and the overlapping and layering of roof soffits and things, and Angie did say that she was willing to address those, which I think would clean up the left elevation. But as I turn the corner and I look at that back elevation, as I feel like she was trying to adjust maybe some scaling and that sort of thing, I feel like the complexity of the rear elevation took on kind of a different life of its own in comparison to kind of a typical bungalow. Those are normally a little bit simpler, and there was quite a bit of offset and roof lines, and just seemed like a lot more was going on. So I would like to see if anybody else has any thoughts on that.
Chris agreed with you.
I'd like to see the drawings for it. I mean, when you're talking about reworking those roof lines, to me, that just, we need to actually see it done.
Do you guys think that it changed a little bit to be more complex? I mean, that.
Yes,
Okay.
agree.
My question to that though is, does it matter that it's the rear elevation? Do you?
Can you show the rear elevation just so you guys can, just so the commissioners can see it? It's taken on a kind of a different design element to me. It doesn't look like it. It's just pretty darn busy.
I think Angie intends to restudy the porch roof, how it integrates with the main roof line. I think it's worth asking that we see that again, that restudy, the whole thing overall. I think, are you speaking specifically to the second floor element, Commissioner Wojcik?
Well, that and there was 3 gables kind of on the rear before, and 2 of them were engaged a little bit more. Now there's 4, there's 3 gables, but they're in different proportions, and then there's also a shed, and then some of the gables don't engage with each other. It just seems just busier. There's more offsets. I don't know, typically bungalows are not as complex. They're big gables and porches or something on the ends. It just, I don't know. The lines don't seem consistent with the sides and the front, that's all.
I agree with you.
But as a non-architect, but are we treating it as if it were on the front of the house or more visible elevation?
I think it speaks to complexity of form, and it's a consistency, what I think the dialogue that Commissioner Barth had with Angie about simplifying and about that being Craftsman, not exactly we don't typically see these details on a Craftsman style home. So I think it speaks to complexity of form, and she definitely sounded willing to restudy that and address that rear elevation. So I think that's, yeah.
So we want.
It'll automatically look a little bit different when she engages the porch roof again. So, I mean, I think that I would like for her to just look at it and try to, and explore a simpler relationship of the exterior plane if she's gonna restudy it for this other roof line anyway.
I'm gonna get Commissioner Taylor, and then it looks like Angie has a question, but Commissioner Taylor?
I would love, since you're touching on the subject, hear from staff what the private realm is and what our responsibilities are on the private realm.
Go to your design standards 6.1 context. And I can pull it up here for everybody, but when you're considering new construction, it's similar to like how I look at it is, would you allow this as a rear elevation as an addition? Like, how do you feel about complexity of form? With new construction, I think there's a lot more integration overall. I think you have a lot more leeway with these rear elevations, especially you are going to see this elevation, this left elevation, a whole lot if it is 20 some feet off of the property line. So it's going to sit more over here, and there's going to be a wide space in between these two buildings that you'll be able to see back this left elevation. And I mean, to your point of roof line integration here also informs the roof line integration here. So
We know that we're going to ask for a porch realignment. Do we bother getting into the other elements on the rear elevation since you can't see it from the front?
it's up to you.
We usually do.
We look at rear elevations, right? But they're not as the order of operations is front, sides, rear, right? Like they're not quite as important, but they're still important to the overall architecture.
I feel like we're extremely picky about the number of panes of glass on the back of a detached garage. I would at least like to ask her to evaluate kind of the rear
We all know
facade.
Angie. I think she'd be open to
Yeah.
we're looking at this.
And given that we've asked for these drawings, I think they're coming anyway. I think this has already been covered. I'm not really sure that we're in conflict. I'd like to keep moving.
I mean, I would like to get to a point where we can make an actual decision, but if we're asking to restudy, that's fine too. All right. Any other comments, or if you guys feel like you have a
Can I
motion?
add something, please?
We're not open yet, but I can reopen. Go ahead.
So if you're, and again, thank you for reopening. If we're asking to go back to the original, you have it in front of you. It's just 3 feet less. So we can go back to what we had before, and you have it literally in front of you. And the May, it's just narrower and shorter. As far as a quote unquote restudy, it's there.
Does that work with your interior changes?
We'll make the interior work for that bathroom. So.
Okay. Well, I'm okay with that. If
Wait, can I just clarify? Are you saying we go back and you're going to go back to the original width of the?
No,
No,
the
okay.
design from May to June, we changed it because we changed the bathroom upstairs on the second floor. And we decided, lower the porch, make it look like the front and kind of have some continuity front to back. But if you're asking, hey, bring the roof back up and simplify the back, you have that visually in front of you, exactly how it would look. We'll rearrange that back window, but that's it. That's the only change that we would have is the second floor window in the bathroom. Does that make sense?
So you're able to retain those same roof pitches and
Yes.
lines, with the overall width being narrower.
Yeah, we're just compressing it a little bit so it changes very, very slightly. Again, you would have to overlay them to notice that delta. The main change is that bathroom window, because we wanted the taller bathroom window, and you can see the proportions height for that second floor window. But the laundry room windows, the doors, they stay the same. The screen porch gets smaller. Obviously, instead of 4 panels, you're 3, but the roof lines stay the same. Does that make sense?
Yes.
We also brought the porch in by a foot in this revision, so to scale it back, but we can bring it back exactly the way it was in May. It would just, the roof lines would work. They'd tie in.
So Commissioner Wojcik and Commissioner Barth, what's your reaction to that?
Staff, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I think you just approve it with the May rear elevation as part of your approval with conditions. And then, of course, if things were to change, we'll bring it back.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you. I'll go back to your closed session.
Before we close, let me
Okay.
On that topic,
Oh, yeah, like,
I'm okay with it.
you're good?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll now close.
Thank you.
Separate thing, I'd like to consult with staff on the,
Okay.
I don't want to say it out loud because Angie's gonna be mad at me. Don't we need more information on trim, column details, railings, materials, windows,
You can send that to us if you
or
want
that
to.
can be a staff?
Yeah, it can be, we always do traditional wood, but on new construction, Nichiha Savannah Smooth, Hardy Artisan has been
Mold
blessed. All those.
Those could be staff, okay.
Yeah,
Then-
I think I've outlined them. Let's get back.
We usually say HDC specs, things that meet HDC requirements.
Yeah.
With our applications, typically we'll see like wall sections and things that outline a lot of this stuff, or window schedules that have sizes and mold gaps and trim. But you're right. I mean, a lot of these things I think staff can handle, especially on new construction. So that clears that up. Thank you.
Okay. That sounds like all the details to me. If you have a motion, I will be certainly entertain it. We'll help you as
I
well.
was gonna say, I haven't been making notes. So I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as it is not incongruous with the historic district. And we would approve this based on guideline 6.0 for new construction in residential buildings. Standards 6.0 through.
You can just cite all of chapter 6.
Okay,
if you
all
want
of
to.
chapter 6.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. And then if you would also maybe think about that one.
And then accessory structures 8.10. Or I'm looking for your notes just to make sure.
And if you wanted to, you can say number 4 on the staff memo, A through J.
Okay, and so number 4, A through J would be items that the applicant would need to work with staff on. Make sure that the construction ready drawings show that the second floor of the accessory structure does not have coplanar walls. That's all the details.
And
Yeah,
then
that is.
maybe providing material details, including retaining wall details for the accessory building as well as the primary structure.
Yes.
Okay.
And then, number 5, accessory structures also provide details for, well, just A through E and work with staff, right?
Yeah, and then
Oh,
yes.
and material details
Uh-huh.
needed for doors, foundation, siding, retaining walls, height details needed.
And then with the main structure, you are approving the June elevations, front, right, left elevations and site plan, but the May rear elevation.
The left will be the May elevation as well.
The
'Cause
left,
that's
that's right,
yeah.
okay.
So we're approving elevation for the June submittal for the front and the right. And we are approving the May submittals for the left and rear elevation. And we're approving the site plan for the June submittal.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion on the motion?
Do we need to include some of the discussion that was made, for example, the triple window alignment?
to be centered at the front gable on the front elevation.
Yeah.
I can add
For
to,
the record, so that gets caught and, you know, we don't come back here with, oh, it was on the plans, but it got built.
was there any other ones, Chris?
Overhangs on the garage.
Oh, yes. Increase, if the applicant would please show an increase in soffit overhangs for the detached accessory structure as discussed being 12 and 18 inches. And then also make sure that the construction documents show the triple window on the front right gable to be centered with the ridge.
As well as no pork chop eaves on the shed dormers.
And
The plumb cut fascia with sloped soffits.
no pork chop eaves on the fascia boards and plumb cut details for the soffits. Did I say that right?
Plumb cut fascia with sloped soffits.
Ah, plumb cut fascias with sloped soffits for the dormers on the accessory structure.
All right. Any further discussion? Accepted. Oh,
I'm just gonna say, I think that this is so many changes that we should see another set of drawings. I'm uncomfortable with it, and I think that, were this an architect that we had not worked with so extensively, we might not be quite as amenable to approving this without seeing final drawings. So I agree with all of the conditions. I'd just like to see more drawings before we approve. So just wanted to have that noted.
very fair. Let's see how the vote goes. All right, any further discussion? Okay, let's vote. Oh,
who seconded?
Sean did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, amendments approved.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
he said yes. Commissioner Holtz,
No.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
No.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, no. Vote passes 8-3.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Angie.
Christy,
Thanks.
Yes,
I need to go.
we need a
need to
break.
leave.
You
Yeah,
need to
no,
leave.
I need to leave.
Yes. We need a break? Okay, yeah. That sounds great. Let's do a, 10-minute break, 5 to 5. And note for the record that Commissioner Wojcik is leaving the meeting. Welcome back. We are moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is 1622 Van Buren. The applicant Kyle's with us. Come on up, Kyle.
And we've already announced that Commissioner Bell is recused.
Oh, I did not. Thank you. Commissioner Bell's recused. Commissioner Wojcik's left the meeting. Kyle, have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay, we'll do that first.
I'll do it anyway.
Oh, okay.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Awesome.
Great. All right. The evidentiary hearing for 1622 Van Buren is for a new accessory structure at the rear of the lot, removing a carport and replacing it with a new 2-vehicle garage in about the same location. One thing I want to point out about this is that this house is at a corner and it faces the corner. It's a very unique orientation on the lot that you don't see in, many of our districts, and definitely very rare for McCrory Heights. So this is the main house facing the corner, and then this is the carport, and the entrance sort of curves around and connects to, actually, that's not Van Buren. This is Van Buren. What's that?
Van Buren,
Van Buren curves? Okay.
that's Creek.
The Creek Street, yes, Van Buren's right here. This is Creek Street. And I also added in, to also help orient everyone, the Zotwall Streetscape survey that shows Madison. So this is Creek Street, and the new structure will be approximately right here. But what the Zotwall also does is provide the height, the ridge height of the main house as compared to the proposed height of the accessory structure. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Kyle to do his presentation, starting on slide 7 with some file photos we had of the property. So Kyle, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
My name is Kyle Williams. My address is 1622 Van Buren Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28216.
Perfect. And then I'll scroll through. You just tell me where you'd like to go.
Okay. So these photos are pretty old, but all of those pine trees are no longer there. So they were removed prior to becoming historic. They were dangerous, very. So pretty much what we're looking at here is removing the damaged existing 2 carport and adding a detached 2-car garage. And I looked at considering all the orientations. It's like she said, of the lot, the way the house sits, it is catty cornered. It is facing the curve, not sitting straight on the lot. So there were not any options for us other than to go in this direction. Pretty much, as you can see, the carport here this would be considered the side of our property. And then you can see this side here would be the rear, and that would be considered the front of the property there. So if you move to the next slide, for the adjacent structure, so across.
Oops, I skipped one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, across you have 1610 Van Buren, which Van Buren is the front street side, which this house would be, the front would be facing Brookshire, because Brookshire was not there beforehand. And we all know that story. But you have 1615 Madison, which is at the corner, and then everyone knows 1623 Madison, which I lived through that. So, so those are the adjacent structures. And then you want to move on to, you said some context structures. There are not many context structures in the neighborhood, but You have 801 Condon, which is a detached garage with a side door. And then you have 1801 Washington, which was a 27-by-1 detached garage, 12 feet high with a side door as well. So 1801 Washington has been torn down. So I don't know what's going on with that one. But that picture does not look the same anymore. 801 is still there.
They're rebuilding it.
They're rebuilding it. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you get into the drawings of the structure, it's an accessory structure. It's pretty simple. We stayed with the same roof design. I have a hip and valley roof. This is a hip, and it's not too much to it, to the design. The design is pretty similar. We tried to match it up with a little brick fascia at the bottom, and then we used the two-car garage, two-door garage that is in line with the historic standards. We also added two windows that match the rear or left front of my home. They kind of tie that in to each other. So if you're looking at the existing carport, existing driveway, you have in the top right, that's the existing carport and existing driveway. It's also, it has the existing walkway to the front of the home from the street. The green dots are trees that will not be removed. They will be protected. And then you have the new garage with game room still flowing to the existing driveway location. And then we have a new driveway walkway that leads up to the side, which would be our side door. So moving on to the next.
The front elevation is here, facing the street. This elevation is facing the side of the house, so, right?
That's the front elevation.
Well,
Technically,
I'm
technically,
trying to orient everyone. So the garage doors are here. The main door, the entry door is here. And so
correct.
this whole part here is behind the house and
Pretty much covered, correct.
see it, right? And then this is back here into the rear yard. And then this long side faces the fence and the trees, right?
That long side faces the natural barrier.
Yeah.
The natural barrier line.
Okay. Cool.
So there's nothing on that side that will be seen. Yeah, like she said, the door is probably the most from door to window is what would be considered the front. And the garage is oriented to keep the doors facing current driveway to the structure. It is to the side and behind the main building. We have 28.4 visible from the front view, which kind of ties into what we were seeing with the previous garages that were detached. It is not connected at any point to the main structures. And like I said, windows are added to front to match the home on the back side. And that's pretty much a layout of how it would look. As you can see, it has to be catty-cornered as well because of the way the lot forces that, the way the home sits on the lot. And yeah, that's pretty much it. There's not, I mean, they have elevations in there. It's not taller. The eaves are going to be consistent. We have 2 feet overhang on all sides. So it's going to be consistent with what we have currently with our current home.
Great. We have some unknown callers. Let's see here, 3, it looks like. I see someone labeled caller number 7. If you have phoned in to the Historic District Commission meeting, we are talking about 1622 Van Buren. Can you let us know if you're calling in about this case, and if not, which address you are calling in about?
This is Carolyn Bacchus again, or Carolyn Stapleton. I had to leave work and call in for my phone, but no, I'm not here for this one.
Okay. Thank you, Carolyn. You're here for number 12, right? 700 Templeton?
700, yeah.
Okay, perfect. We'll talk to you in just a bit.
Okay, cool. I might be popping back on the WebEx. Sorry.
Yeah, no, totally. And you should be getting our emails letting you know kind of where we're at in the agenda.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, over to you, Chair Hawkins.
All right. Mr. Williams, what is I see the height from the eve line to, I guess, grade of the accessory structure, but what is the height to the ridge of the structure to the, to grade?
That's a good question. Um, I do not have that. I was told that it is below the current roof structure. but
Okay.
I can get them to get the height, work with staff on that.
And
Or the height.
maybe one of the builders or architects with that roof pitch, does that give you any indication of how high that roof is? Do you guys know?
I have to do the math on that.
Okay, we'll have to do some math, but okay.
Get back to you.
Ideally, just for future reference.
Right.
To see the height from the ridge to grade is typically what we would like to see, but I think it's something that we certainly can make sure you can work with staff to
Okay,
get that updated.
thank you.
All right, other questions for the applicant?
What's the spacing from the house to the new accessory building?
If you go back out, I don't know if he put that in there, but if you're looking at currently now, where the structure is, where my detached carport is, the front side is underneath the current structure of the home. So it would be, oh, sorry.
Take your mic.
Take your microphone with you.
Wait, it travels?
Yes.
It travels. I should have been standing up the whole time. I am. So this side here sits underneath the eave of the home. Correct. You got a pointer, so you got it. But the new structure, I can't give you exact, but it's probably at least 5 to 7 feet, maybe more.
How does that compare to the other, like the detached garage you presented, the precedent properties you presented?
Correct. You will have to go to the ones with 801 Condon.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, these two properties have more distance between the two. 801 Condon is on a corner as well, but the lot is a lot larger than our current lot is. And the way that the house sits, it allows it to go further back and behind. With us, in regards to setbacks and where we have to be in regards to accessory building, it wouldn't allow me to be able to put it any further to the back or any further to the side away from the house without being in that 3-foot range of side setbacks for the building.
Okay, thank
Right.
you.
Yeah, I think this is almost a triple lot. So this is a double lot here. 801 Condon is a triple lot. So
Mhm.
that's something to consider too.
Correct.
To answer your question, Commissioner Hawkins, approximate ridge height is 13 foot 5.5 from grade.
You said 13.5
From grade, yes.
from grade, and the house is 16.4. So about
Secondary.
about 3 feet. Yeah,
Excellent.
shorter.
Thank you for the math, Commissioner Barr.
And I think someone had a question about the relationship of the existing carport to the new garage. it appears that from here, which is hard without having a measurement, that the new garage is slightly further away from the house than the carport is. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Well, based on orientation. So it's not underneath that eave. So it will be facing more right and down. Based on yes,
Right, 'cause
that side.
The carport kind of comes up here to provide a cover between, as much as possible between this rear door and,
Correct.
okay.
We will be getting wet.
Not for long, though.
Not for long.
Other questions for the applicant? All right, well, let's go ahead. Oh,
Did we talk about, or did you mention what the siding? Is that on there? What the siding is going
The
to be?
siding is hardy.
It's hardy, okay.
The brick is brick veneer.
Is it brick that matches the color of your existing home?
Yes, to the best of my ability. Now, I have something to say in that realm, as far as design goes. If you pull the first picture of the home with with all the pine trees, that one, yes, that one. So, I have two colors. I have this. It's like a grayish color, long, slim brick, and I have this red color brick. So which brick are we discussing?
I would think that it would be comparable to your home, so either brick, but that would be a staff question, yes.
All right. No, it is not. That is original.
your mic.
Thank you. To me, this is more of an accent feature, and the predominant brick is the red brick. So that seems like the best choice to match. But again, you could ask the applicant what he prefers.
All right.
Yeah, which do you prefer? And would we want him to bring in a sample could he bring a sample
Well,
of that to staff?
we do. We have a staff mason who can
That's right.
really help find the right brick and mortar and all the good things.
Okay.
Yeah, Candace has a question.
Not really a question, just a statement. That accent brick is probably a Roman brick, which is really long, and I'm not sure if we can get that exact color and size dimension. So the red orangey brick is probably the best one to try to match.
Okay.
Darn.
All right.
Actually, to your comment, Candace, this could be a distortion in the image, but the red brick that's on the body of the house also appears to have a really long profile, like it could be Roman as well.
Yes, they are all long
Oh, they are.
and slim.
Thank you.
Yeah. Some of the red brick. So this portion that you see there is an addition to the home that was done. So this corner side was not there before.
But it's a old edition, right?
Yes, it is an old addition, not done. My family had this home for a long time.
Maybe.
Probably, yeah, 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's historic.
Historic, correct. It's an historic addition.
That's right.
Do the bricks match on the historic addition to the original?
They look yes.
I'm gonna go with yes. Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, let's close. All right, Commissioners, thoughts? And we got the context. I mean, the first thing I will say is that we understand the lot constraints, given the orientation of the primary structure. This applicant is limited in what they can do in regards to an accessory structure. So we want to bear that in mind as we deliberate and decide. Other thoughts? Yeah, Commissioner Holtz?
My only concern is that I'd like a little bit more detail about about the exact distance from the existing house to the garage. And in that image that you're showing right now, the site plan, I don't think that's actually how it's going to appear from the street. It would be helpful to me to know how much of the garage would even be visible from the street, because I think it's, with the offset, it looks like part of it would be tucked behind the house.
No, that would be, so I'm on the corner, so you have Creek Street and you have Van Buren Street. So
Right.
my door faces the corner of Van Buren. My garage faces directly on Creek.
Okay.
My address is Van Buren, but my entry is on Creek.
Okay.
So that will face directly out to Creek.
You can see, I think this is the best example.
Yeah.
Slide 15, this is where that door is and the two windows, which is also shown here.
Again, it's not a huge hurdle for me, but it just would be helpful information. And again, I defer to the architects and site experts.
Christy, can you blow that floor plan up on the garage door area? So mine's blurry too. I can't tell what that is, but don't those lugs look too small? I mean, I feel like that's not enough meat on those lugs, but I feel like the engineer's gonna get a hold of that and do something. I think. And then if you look at the garage door elevation, that row lock looks proportionally bigger than what I think it actually would be. And I feel like there's something going on there that's not exactly accurate, and or the engineer's gonna say, all right, you need 1 feet 6 inches on your lugs to get your tie down and your.
I think usually it's 2 feet on the sides, but I mean, that's a code issue. I don't think we really get into that.
I agree, but when it comes to staff with permit drawings, that's probably gonna get tweaked.
Well, and, if things get wider or taller, we can always bring it back, get it blessed by the commission.
So what you're saying is that'll hash out in permit ready drawings.
In engineering, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's a fairly tight garage. I mean, everybody's different and everybody's cars are different. And being a double garage kind of helps you. You can kind of cheat it towards the cars towards the inside. But I think, for the applicant's own benefit, I think a foot in each direction, wider would help. But that's totally up to you. And, obviously as you get into plan review.
I guess the question is to Chris, to Commissioner Barth and Commissioner Taylor's point, is this oriented, or is this the widest it could be? And that's a question probably for the applicant, so I'll reopen. As far as the setback to the adjoining property, yeah, going in that direction where her cursor is going,
Correct.
are you able or unable to make the garage wider?
I'm able to go 24. This is a 2240.
Okay.
I would love to go 24 actually.
So would that address what you guys are talking about? Okay. We'll reclose. All right, thank you.
May I suggest that we continue this and suggest that the applicant get new drawings with the feedback that we've given and resubmit or come before us at a future meeting? I mean,
Do you
that's,
feel like it's that bad or that much that it needs to come back, or can we give direction to staff?
maybe we could give direction that it could go up to 2 feet wider. And then beyond that, it would need to come back to us.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't think it changes the overall design. It's on, it's gonna get a little taller, but we're so far below the original house. And it's gonna have to happen anyway. I think we could send this to staff, in my opinion. And then if anything looks just so out of spec, if you will, we can always see it back.
Sounds good.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Okay, I move that we approve this application, and that it's not incongruous with our standards based on the Secretary of Interior standards 2.5, 9 and 10, and then accessory structures 8.10, and design standards chapter 6. And with the following conditions, that applicant works with staff regarding the width of the garage not to exceed 24 feet, and works with staff to match the brick and the windows and doors details and exterior trim details. Is there anything else?
Unpainted brick.
And yeah, brick will be unpainted.
The only thing that wasn't specified, I think that people asked about, was the distance between the house and the new structure. The height, just making sure we have that final height, and then that it's a hardy artisan instead of regular hardy.
Applicant shall provide the distance between the house and the new structure for staff to approve, as well as the height, and also the siding will be approved to use hardy smooth siding.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by?
Kent.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion?
Do we need to clarify the width between the two structure, or the dimension between the two structures?
She said that. It's in.
Do we need to clarify it further, saying that, who cares what the dimension is? The purpose of knowing that information is so that we don't have a confliction between two roofs, I would imagine. And also we don't get into setbacks or of the adjoining property. So I would say, confirm dimension with staff, the width between the two structures, particularly making sure that we don't have a conflict between the two roof forms.
Yes.
Do you accept that?
Accepted.
Do you accept? that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 9-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We welcome Commissioner Bell back to the meeting. And for the next couple of cases, I am handing this over to Elizabeth and Candace. You go.
All right. This next evidentiary hearing is for 405 East Tremont Avenue.
It is here in the room with us, and you have been here a long time, since the beginning, and we know you've been sworn in. So we don't have to worry about that.
Before we begin, does any board member have a conflict of interest or potential conflict? Okay. All right.
I don't know if we should start with this.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna turn it over to Candace. And well, as always, commissioners, before we get started, do you have enough information to proceed? Okay. So why don't we have, Candace and Elizabeth give their overview and then kick it to Chair Hawkins to do the rest. Okay, thanks.
Okay. I'm Elizabeth Lammy with HDC staff, and for this case, I will be leaning on the expertise of HDC staff member Candace Leidy, who is our staff mason. Candace has 15 years of field experience working as a professional preservation mason, restoring historic structures.
Hi, everyone. As Elizabeth said, I do have 15 years of masonry experience working on a wide range of historic structures dating from 1850 up to the 20s, as well as headstones and mausoleums when I worked for the City of Savannah Cemeteries Department. So we are looking over case 405 East Tremont today, and the application is for painted brick and in addition to the structure. I believe the applicant has provided information on starting on page 11 with an overview, current condition photos, color schemes, an array of information about the neighborhood, painted brick, photo collages of painted brick from the neighborhoods, and then also the information about the addition, which is a side shed. The applicant has provided a lot of information. Has the commission had time to review that information?
Yes.
Okay, so in an interest of time, if we can keep our comments to what is relevant in the design standards. And if
And the staff, and in terms of the painted brick, like we try to do for anytime applicants provide examples, we research our files, and that's included in the staff memo. Chair Hawkins, are there any other reminders you'd like to give the commission before we get started?
I would, in taking a look at this application, I wanted to, set forth some reminders that the commission has received and reviewed all documentation and the information the applicant provided in the presentation. The commission's jurisdiction is limited to building design and materials as outlined in the design standards. The commission does not have jurisdiction over land use, abandoned or vacant properties, crime, high weeds and grass, junk in yards, noise complaints, stormwater runoff, housing affordability, personal finances, economics, etc. Applicant and witness testimony must be limited to items within HDC jurisdiction only. If you will be speaking as an applicant or witness, please focus on the facts and the HDC design standards, not personal preference or opinion. I would also like to add that HCA is referenced throughout the applicant's presentation. There is no such organization. This board is the Historic District Commission, a quasi-judicial body of the city of Charlotte. The HDC is not affiliated with the Dilworth Neighborhood Organization, known as the Dilworth Community Association, DCA.
Thank you, Chair Hawkins. If you'd like to state your name and address for the court reporter and spell your last name. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Ashley Gasparo, G-A-S-B as in boy, A-R-R-O, and I reside at 405 East Tremont Ave, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Thank you. If you'd like to let me know what page you'd like to start on and we can go through your presentation.
Great. If we could start on, I believe, it's slide 4, I guess colors, labeled color scheme on my slide. So 14. Okay. And I apologize for getting that incorrect with the HCA as well on there. And also I haven't given a presentation since college, so if I talk too fast or something, I apologize for that. But yeah, so I've done a lot of research lately on, you know, the historical Craftsman bungalow and how it's set in the early 1900s. And from what I've found, and I'll cite my sources with you after I go through this, but the exterior was mostly muted earth tones, which, as you can see, we have like it's like a dark green with black trim. Trim was also muted black screens, charcoals, with accents being natural wood, stones, unpainted, but also stained brick, which, as you can see in the front of our house, is stained brick. And if you go to the slide above that, you can have a better view of the front of our house, where you can see it's not like true black. It's, you know, like a dulled, muted tone of what was once like fire truck red orange, to better make our home look more cohesive and not stand out. Because again, standards of Craftsman bungalows back in that time, color-wise, were not using whites, not using black, like bright colors as well. So I was trying to stick to that. And sources for that were the National Park Service, Sherwin-Williams Historic Color Palettes, California Paints Historic Colors of America, and Bungalow Colors Exterior by Roberts, I butcher his last name, Swetcher. So I'm trying to keep a cohesive look in the home, not have it be too busy or disjointed, which is also stated in the book as well of standards. And as you can see in my presentation, there are probably roughly 70 to 80% of homes on my street alone that have painted brick that are more like caked on paint than just like a light stain. And I've only put in a sample size of what is actually, you know, on my street. And I walked all the way down to, you know, Sarah Marks and back, just to get like all these photos as well. So as for the brick in the front, we recently did a renovation in the backyard, which I think was slide 13. So you can see we have the brick in the back. Now that brick does look slightly darker than the brick in the front, which, you know, I'm happy to work with to adjust that to make it look more cohesive to the front. Just they were two different painters from when we did our house. But yeah, specifically for the brick, that is something that we just wanted our home to look cohesive, not make it look like, you know, like a Christmas house in a sense for that piece. And then also it's a newer construction home built in 2014, not original to, you know, like as a historic piece to the home. So it's a little different in my opinion, but that's also my opinion. And we did move in there. We moved in there in March of 2020. So again, we had a newborn at the time. So you know, when we painted our house during that time, you know, we weren't really speaking with anybody for obvious reasons, with a newborn and new to the area and, you know, having to quarantine inside our home. So, you know, I'm unaware of, at the time of painting, when we repainted our home, of the outside brick. So we were just trying to match the brick recently when we redid our backyard to the front of our home.
Okay, would you like to talk about the shed? Okay.
Yeah. And as far as the shed, I know these were kind of some of the pieces that were stated. So we have that the replies back where the shed was out of place and not consistent with the neighborhood, but the shed is set halfway back between the front of the house to our back gate. I believe it blends in to where, you know, it's barely noticeable unless you were specifically looking for it. You know, other properties that I had listed in my slide presentations also have sheds to the sides of their homes. And, you know, within my research, I found that craftsman homeowners in the 1900s, also specifically craftsman homeowners, began adding like auxiliary sheds and carports because cars became more affordable, the rise of Ford Motors. People were looking to put their tools and equipment into sheds, and they specifically made them to match their home, which we did with the same materials and paint. The other portion was, you said it blocks the length of the driveway and creates front yard parking. Our driveway has enough room for 3 spaces, but if you can see where it is compared to our neighbor, where the property line is, you can see that if you were to park a car there, like you can't open your side door. So basically I would have to jump over to my passenger seat and jump out, unless I, you know, encroached on her space as well. But then she has 2 large trees there as well. So it's, you know, it's not feasible for a parking space, and I can still fit 2 cars in my space. If you go to slide 25, please. I can still fit up to, you know, up until that shed structure where I can fit 2 cars, as can she, because we technically share a driveway. So with her having a large car and me having a large car with 2 young kids, and, you know, there's just not a lot of room for us to park in there. And now, you know, we have to utilize the driveway more as well, just because of the permit parking on our street. Let me just make sure I lose my place, sorry. And then the next part was the character does not match the materials with the main house. But again, we used all the same materials and colors to make it identical to the home. And then the other piece was widening the footprint of the house. So, you know, it's within the private realm of our space. And it's not level with our first floor. It does not go into our home. It's met with city zoning laws as well. And it really can only hold our 2 e-bikes and, you know, our toddler's bikes. It's not a very large, you know, space to be considered additional footprint to the house. It's just really more storage. And the sources for that, the owner of the Preservation Collaborative, Ryan Hayward. The Preservation Collaborative is an architectural preservation firm that specializes in pre-20th century building restoration, renovation, and rehabilitation. You know, some other examples come from, you know, old 1900s Sears and Roebuck's catalogs, National Building Museum, and the Historic American Building Survey archives. So just in conclusion, we love our neighborhood. We love the look of it. We want to uphold the standards. That's why, you know, I'm here in person today. I just also want to, you know, create a beautiful home and keep it looking cohesive. Not like a Christmas tree. I know you can't really tell from the photo because it looks more like black, but it is green. And, but yeah, we just wanted to look cohesive and not stick out on the street in a bad way. That's all.
Thank you. Okay. Before we move on to the callers, there is an exhibit in the supplement package that includes a image of what the house looked like prior without the paint, as well as a clip from the approved COA for the pool and covered, I think it's a kitchen area in the rear yard. When staff approved all of the items in the rear yard, this is what the structure looked like. It sounds like we have two unknown callers on the phone. If you're calling in for 405 East Tremont, can you state your name? Okay, Chair Hawkins, over to you.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? I just wanted to confirm, so the brick on the front of the home is or is not painted and or stained?
It's stained.
It's stained?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have the product that was used for the stain?
Yes, so it was 75% water and 25% of the black trim paint.
A latex paint?
I believe so.
So it's a watered down latex paint. It's not an actual masonry stain.
So that would
For
be
the-
considered painted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Other questions?
So are we sure it was water-based?
We can ask the applicant if they know if it was a watered base latex or.
I am unsure. I can find out and let you know.
It probably was, since an oil base would not mix well with water.
Good point.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Holtz?
I did a site visit because I was interested in seeing how it came together. It appears to be painted brick, just from my perspective. Did you, I understand wanting a cohesive color scheme, and given that the brick in all the standards and in your COA, it said it was to remain unpainted. I wish you had taken that as the primary driver for the rest of your scheme. There's just really no way of getting away from, you were told clearly not to paint it and you did. So can you help me understand any reason that we should think about this differently?
The front of the house was prior to the backyard. So we've had the front of the house done. We just painted it. We didn't ask anyone. It was 2020. You know, we didn't really know anyone in the neighborhood to ask questions about these things. So we, you know, last year when we did the backyard, we just wanted it to match the house. So
just to clarify, can you go back to the COA?
I want to clarify that. So the pictures submitted by the applicant for the COA and stamped were of the house pre-painted. So staff was under the impression that the house was not painted when they issued the COA. But I think what the applicant's saying is the house actually was painted and we were provided old photos of the backyard.
because we had a, I'm sorry to interrupt, we had a project management company kind of handled the whole backyard piece and come in here and do all the presentations. So we had been working with them for years, and these are the photos that they had.
And so at the point that these photos were submitted, which is what we're seeing today in the application, the home was already painted?
Yes.
Brick was already painted.
Yeah.
The brick, correct?
Yes.
So the COA said match existing, right? And it said unpainted. Let's see here.
Mm-hmm.
The project will be unpainted and match the primary structure. So it's kind of in conflict there, saying unpainted and match when they had painted. But we were working on the knowledge that nothing was painted, like, as you can see by the stamped photos.
May I ask, would you consider that to be a material misrepresentation on the part of, not you, but of the organization that
Yes.
represented that?
Absolutely.
And how do,
That's why you're here today.
oh, man.
That's why you're here today. Yep.
Uh,
I think the exhibit speaks for itself. The
Yes.
fact that photos, if you go to the, here, Candace, the other one. And if you zoom in at the bottom rear corner of the screen porch, if you zoom in even further, you could see it's unpainted brick. So like we were just basing it on what we had. And if we would have known, we
You would have given
made
different
sure that
recommendations
anything in the
and-
back, you know.
And
met
it
the standards.
specifically says current conditions.
It did, yeah.
But those were misrepresented by your agent.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did you see this before it was submitted?
No, they kind of handled everything, you know, came, took photos, and like we'd been a whole year, I think, before we even got into anything.
So you had no idea that they never disclosed that you had painted brick?
No, I did not know that they did not disclose that yet.
You didn't see the application at all
No,
with the,
no. The only time I saw it was when I think Elizabeth emailed me to ask me, I think you asked me like why no one was responding to you from them.
Yeah, I was asking about what product was used for the brick stain way back when, because the company was not getting back to me with that information.
So you said you moved in when, 2020?
Yeah, we moved in like March, end of February of 2020.
But these pictures, and this is from February 2019, right? So when was this?
The COA issued was in 2023. So they were really using old photos that were submitted for the COA.
And this was all caught doing a final inspection on the COA. So, you know.
Is there a picture that shows the driveway and the character of the shed? I'm a little confused about how that really looks.
And if you go down, I think.
And then behind there, obviously you can see our HVAC trash. There's our hot water heater. And our, what do you call it? Like the electrical board, switchboard.
Street View's great, Google Street View.
I can go there.
Yeah.
So that's without the shed. Because the shed was added on. We did that last year.
It's not there. There we go. So if I could drive, thanks. Okay, so the shed is not here. This is from 22, but the shed's located right about here, right? Right on this pad?
Yes, correct.
Yes, yeah, right in between the two front windows. So. Does that help, Commissioner Kerm?
Yes, I was also just looking at it in relation to the fence for the property, where the fence is. And where do you typically see fences on houses? Can they go up along any side of that wall?
Yeah, fences may be 6 feet to the rear corner of the house. as they step down along the sides of the house, they need to drop to 5 feet. And then if they tie in at the front corner, they have to be 4 feet. So there's a whole diagram in the fences section of the design standards. I don't have the page in front of me, but if you go to fences and walls, there's a diagram that says 6 feet to here, 5 feet to here, 4 feet to here.
All right. Other questions for the applicant? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and close for deliberation. Yeah, we are in a situation, a pickle.
Can we go back to
We're
the,
not in a pickle.
the image of
Yeah.
the original?
This is pretty clear cut for us as far as
You're
we're
right.
concerned. And hopefully clear cut for them because it sounds like based on this testimony, even they were misled.
Mm.
So I would imagine, not being an attorney, that they have a case there. But as far as we're concerned, this is pretty clear.
You're right. You are 100% right. Commissioner Sullivan?
I was just curious, could we go back to the image of the pre-paint house? And was that part of the original application package for the COA for the kitchen? The image in the left that shows the image on the left that shows the 3/4?
The image was not part of the COA. It's included for illustrative purposes.
Okay.
The color scheme shown on the front elevation matches the current condition photos the applicant provided for COA admin 2023-00132. That was just to provide a more clear-cut example to help.
No, thank you, because I went to Google Street View to look at previous years and saw the same lady going down the stairs in the Street View.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure those.
It just, it's hard to zoom really far into that
Yeah.
bottom corner under the screen porch. So we, threw that picture in.
I'm good. Thank you.
Again, it is new construction, so.
I mean, to Commissioner Parati's point, I'm not sure how much discussion is needed, considering the facts, and our standards, that we preach all day long, constantly. Unpainted brick, is what I believe Masonry 5.5 states, and it's repeated throughout, the standards as it relates to materials specifically for brick. So do we feel like we have a motion or?
Yep.
Okay.
And my sympathies are with you, homeowner. I cannot imagine how difficult this situation must be. And I'm moving that we deny this application because again, let's break this into two pieces. The first is about the brick foundation and piers. And for that portion, I move that we deny the application because it is incongruous with design standards for masonry 5.5, specifically numbers 3 and 7, and paint number 5.8, standard 5.8, number 7. Again, noting the facts in evidence that the exterior brick on the primary house was previously unpainted and has been painted. That this is not considered a change of color, but a fundamental change in the character of the building. And that the principal structure and landscape features are new construction dating from 2014 and 2024. The new landscape features and materials were to match principal structure's unpainted brick foundation and front porch piers as originally approved in 2014. I will note that the applicant has stated that that the condition of those features was submitted by an agent on their behalf, and it apparently was fraudulent at the time. Or did it, not fraudulent, it did not represent the existing condition. And that led to the recommendation from staff that current condition be maintained, caused some confusion for the homeowner. Additional facts were that the applicant has not provided documentation showing paint will unify disparate parts of the building, and that the new brick in the rear yard landscaping around the pool, foundation wall of the accessory structure, and base of outdoor kitchen have also been painted.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. And remember, this is a two-parter, so this is part one. Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
He said yes. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to deny passes 10-0. Part two.
For the addition of the shed on the side, I again, while sympathizing with the homeowner's need for storage, I live in an old house too, I get it. We must recommend denial again because it is incongruous with the design standards for residential building additions, 6.20, number 1, 6, and 7, and the standards for parking, 8.2, number 6. Noting the recommended facts that the addition blocks the length of the existing driveway. It is in a prominent visible location between two front windows on the right elevation of the home. The character of the shed addition does not match that of the principal structure's massing, rhythm, materials, or context. And the addition extends from the right elevation of the primary structure, widening the original footprint of the house.
Do you mind just tacking on and creates front yard parking, since that's a?
Absolutely, it does create front yard parking. Yeah, by eliminating that last space, it does create front yard parking.
Would it not create front yard?
We are
parking?
currently closed and in the middle of a motion. All right, motion made by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
He said yes. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes, vote to deny passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still yours.
Just. The next application is, we're now having an evidentiary hearing for 700 Templeton Avenue. I'm sorry. This application is for, is an after effect application for materials. Before we get started, is there any reason we can't hear this case tonight? Do we have all the information we need to hear it?
But first, is anyone recusing? Commissioner Kerm's recusing. Okay. We're trying to be better at this without immediately launching into our presentation until the commission decides that there's enough information. So,
Yeah, so, Commissioners, do we feel like we have enough information to hear this application? No. I see one commissioner is saying no. Any others? So, Christy, what do we do in the situation where a commissioner feels like we don't have enough information?
Well,
Well, yeah,
yes.
what are we missing? What do you feel like we're missing?
A sample instead of photographs would be the starting point for me.
Okay. And, Marilyn, is the applicant with us online? She's, the applicant's joining us online, so correct, we don't have a physical sample today.
But is that enough for us not to proceed?
The request is to leave the brick exterior as constructed or to stain it to match the originally approved project. So can you discuss option 1 and option 2 without a sample?
We typically have a sample in order to even, if it's option 1 and option 2, considering the samples we don't have, then it doesn't seem so.
Okay. So you are going to not hear this project tonight.
But are they clear on what we need? We need samples.
Is there anything else you would need? I will say staff has noted, can I have the controller? Thank you. Okay, so they have a couple of options, but there is some concern that samples have not been provided and that if they're looking to stain the existing brick, shouldn't we have a sample of the brick with the stain applied so we know what it's going to look like?
Yes.
So that was staff's concern, but ultimately the commission's decision, if the application is complete and that you have the material required to evaluate this project.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair and to be consistent, we don't have what we need, then we can't do justice to this application to make a decision.
Okay.
So I think we have to not hear this tonight.
Okay.
Could I also add what the original approved sample was? That's included? Was there an original approved product?
Well, you can certainly ask for that, them to bring that back. Okay.
I mean, it just seems fair that we see what was originally approved, and because we've got 3 things, right? We've got what was approved, what's there, what was built, and what is proposed.
Okay. Staff is glad to convey that information to the applicant. So no, it's my understanding that no further action is needed.
Okay.
So our attorney with us, I just want to make sure that the no votes. Attorney Jill? Does the commission need to vote not to hear a case, or we just don't hear it and move on?
Yeah, I think it should be by a vote since it's an official, to make it official action.
Okay, official action of not enough information.
Commissioner Holtz, could you do us the honor, since you were bold enough and courageous enough to speak up? We appreciate that.
I move we defer hearing on this application due to insufficient information to consider the merits of it.
Thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote passes 9-0.
To defer, okay?
To defer, yes.
Yeah.
Um,
Our next application is 408 Heathcliff, and I believe the applicant is in the room.
And
Have a couple of recusals.
Yeah.
Chair Hawkins, do you want to?
yes, let the record show that Commissioner Parati has recused from this application and Commissioner Kerm has returned to the meeting.
Okay, once again, we are now open for the evidentiary hearing for 408 Heathcliff Street. Does the commission have any reason not to hear this case tonight?
Oh, I don't believe so. I think
Okay, okay, we can move forward. Again, have you been sworn in this evening? Perfect. That's great. Thank you. Again, I'm Candace Leidy, staff with HGC. Prior to joining the city of Charlotte, I did work as a professional preservation mason on a number of historic structures and headstones and mausoleums, which is relevant information to this project, being that is painted brick. This is not an after the fact case. The house has not been painted. The applicants are here, prior to any work, asking for permission to paint their brick. The applicant has provided a material information. I did speak to Joshua Munich with Sherwin-Williams about this Luxon XP paint. In his opinion, he did not feel that this was the right product for historic masonry, given that it doesn't have a very high vapor permeability rate, which is probably around 2 to 3. Anything over 10 is considered permeable. So this product is not a permeable paint. The applicant also has provided current conditions of the structure that you can see on slide 14, 15, and then on slides 16, 17, 18, 19 through slide, let me get there, 49 are condition images. If you could state your name and address for the court reporter, and then let me know where you'd like to start.
I'm Lindsay Bracciali, and my 408 Charlotte, North Carolina, 280.
Can you turn on your mic? And if you do get,
It sounded like it was on.
okay.
That was the red button. Oopsie.
And if you do get up to go to the screen, please take the microphone with you.
If you would on mic, restate your name. And
Oh, okay, sure. Here we go. Try it again. Lindsay Bracciali, 408 Heathcliff Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208. And just for the record, as we go through the reasons why we think, our brick, needs painting, I'm open to any and all suggestions in terms of the product that we use. I don't want that to be the reason. We bought the home in 2014. It had been a rental property for decades. The condition of the home when we purchased it, it was under significant code enforcement issues. The tenants thought that the landlord owner was making them live in terrible conditions. The basement was flooded with water, and there was a lot of other issues going on. And so when we purchased the home, we had to work with Mike Johnson and code enforcement to spend over a year doing repairs internally. They had made renovations where they cut out headers, and so the foundation and the house was just not structurally safe. So we took the house down to the studs. We worked with the Historic Commission in getting approval. The windows were painted shut. We had to replace the windows, all of these different things. And over the years, we continue to find significant issues with water infiltration, the brick, the house had no gutters for 79 years. We installed gutters. We changed the slope of the dirt. So basically water runs away. But the prior owners of the house basically built a basement within a basement because they had such a hard time controlling the water. So we have the existing brick structure, and then we have concrete, it looks like it would be the exterior wall, but it's not, and basically pooling of water that exists. As we have investigated and tried to find other ways where we could maintain our house from basically crumbling from within, it leads us back to being able to make repairs that would add to the unsightly and kind of disparate look that already exists. I would like to point out, the repairs that I will go through the photos of were done not by us. And in times where there were like huge holes, we put the new power gray box over one of the most unsightly parts of our house to kind of cover that. And then you'll see how the power actually goes up and over because we were just truly trying to cover a massive gap there. But I'll go through the pictures. That's our house. It's cute on the inside. But from this picture, for example, and I'll pay attention to the mic because it's a pet peeve of mine when other people don't do that, is you can see from just this one picture, there's 4 different types of brick. Obviously there's, you can see on the top right box, that was a settlement issue that was, fixed. I guess, again, I'm not an expert on brick. I just know what it looks like. And it just looks like a seam on the front of my house. The pillars, each of the pillars, the poor craftsmanship, we can go to the next photo and you can kind of see the uneven mortar lines. There's massive gaps. There's that seam I was talking about. That's just the front of our house. The steps down at the bottom, just sad. And at the end of the day, all of those gaps are where, critters and creatures and water continue to get into my house. If you look down, that one's the same kind of front. Here, front face of my house, substandard masonry work. You can see just the difference in, just care where, the gaps, the grout lines are, not even and make it look, very disjointed. The mismatched brick on the front part doesn't match the pillars. More of the same. We have 3 pillars and they all look different. That handprint that was there, I think I have a closer picture of it. Yeah, you can see that there's just gaps in the grout there because I think they tried to clean it off and we haven't been able to, get that to come off at all. Up at the top, there's our chimney. That's, a photo taken from the ground where you can see, sloppy craftsmanship. And there's, the side of my house, the porch, all the grout lines that are just, overflowing. There's a instance where we plugged holes with our EV charger to try to hide and kind of fill in gaps. And again, all of these things were done prior to us taking ownership of the house. There's the back end of the property. They extended the kitchen, so they took out a main support beam. And so it caused major settling of the back of the house, which led to that, thing on the left-hand side. I'm sorry, I don't even know what to call it. But just filling holes with random brick, as you can see up there. The graffiti that they, tried to remove. still stays there. Put a camera where another hole was. This is the back of my house. It's settling, and it would be great if we were able to do a repair that would sort of solve for the issue, which is the sinking part. But for now, we've just, you know, we have that beam to provide additional kind of support, but we didn't do any of those, like that grout, terrible filling that is done there. We can keep going. So this part of my house, this is the side. The brick is inconsistent. So if you it's hard to tell. Like, so when I was trying to take the photo from far away, it's harder to see by camera. So I tried to do it up close. But basically, it's like they had two different brick layers lay the house, because one had it really tight, and then the other person at the end, or at the bottom underneath the line, it's a lot wider, and it's very disjointed looking. There's back to the just filling in holes with mortar and not even taking care into it. The brick just doesn't match any chance there is for patching. We made put our exterior power there because we had to put new power in the house. And so we filled a hole there, but obviously the remnant of that. There's another area where I think there was a major, like they tried to fix something on the house, because that brick doesn't even match like the age of the home and the color at all. There's the power meter I was talking about earlier. There was a massive kind of just unsightly thing. So we repositioned the power when we got a new power box. I don't know what that's called, but when we got that, we put it to try to cover it up, and then that part was remaining. And then here you can see just really huge like grout lines that continue to crack, and I don't even know, that was that's our gas line. Yeah. Feel like a broken record now. But yeah, so basically at the end of the day, we continue to fight and chase and have issues with water infiltration, pests, and then just the disparate look it makes our house. And we take great pride in our neighborhood, and the idea that no matter what we do, there's so many different segments of the brick and masonry work it's just as unsightly, that we would love to make it look more cohesive and, like kind of have her not continue to settle and be able to deal with the water issues once and for all.
Thank you. Before we go on to unknown callers, I just want to point out to the commission that this is a craftsman with Tudor detailing. If this house does get approved to be painted, then a lot of the details that currently exist will be lost. I do believe the applicant wants to paint the house all white. Is that?
No, I'm like literally, if you guys approve, I will take whatever recommendation you have to make the house like keep its character. The part up at the top that has I guess the brown part that makes it look Tutored, that part's not brick.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
Okay, I'm new to all this. I've learned a lot this last 3 hours, but
Callers, and then we can, yeah.
Unknown callers. If you've called in for 408 Heathcliff Street, could you state your name and comments? Okay.
If I may make a suggestion, there was a lot of information shared about differences in mortar joints and water infiltration. To that point, like I'd really think the commission would benefit from hearing from Candace.
I was going there.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on your toes.
Because these are two different
Yeah,
things that are being kind of mentioned.
sure.
I would like Candace's expert opinion and your expertise on the water info. How does an applicant address issues with settling and water infiltration on a brick home? And then the second question I have, I would like your expertise on is there's a difference between poor workmanship and repairing properly with good craftsmanship these joints that are showing to be different from others. So could you share with us on those two things?
Yes, so to start with your first question about the settling and then the water infiltration, usually with settling, you want to make sure that it's stopped. So you would put on a basic tape measure. There is like a little measuring gadget for masonry, and you watch it over time to make sure the settlement is not continuing. And then you would seek a foundation company to help jack it up or whatever the situation may be. And then you would have to like repair the masonry once that is done. For water infiltration, if you do need waterproofing, that can be done from the interior of the basement. You can waterproof from the interior and not affect the exterior look of it. For maintenance, when, there are some bad repairs here, like the applicant said, there might have been two different masons. That's true. When you go back to repair something that is existing, you try to best you can line up the brick, especially if you had settlement. So your bricks on one side might be lower than the other. And so then you have to kind of line those up and make sure that you're getting everything straight. But there can be larger gaps in the mortar joint. It's never, ever, ever going to look exactly perfect because it wasn't done at the same time. For poor masonry where it's all over the wall like this, there are a couple of products that you can use to try to get some of it off. If it's straight Portland, not all of it will come off, but rebuilding is an option. Repairing the mortar joints, taking that out and putting that back in is an option. There is a fantastic mason working on the house across the street from you, actually. Who's Hugo, and his mason just did repairs to 417 Heathcliff. And we went over there and looked in. They bricked up an old window or a doorway, I believe, and it was pretty seamless. It was a really great brick match, really great masonry work. So there are people that we do know that can help you with that. For the graffiti, we have products that can remove graffiti, and then we have products that can also overall clean the masonry. For the front porch, it doesn't seem to be original, so we can certainly work with the applicant to change the front steps and the front porch. Usually in this time period of homes, it wouldn't have been this flagstone. It would have been either wood or concrete with a border. So if the applicant wants to redo these steps, which also aren't original, we can help them do that. This handrail is not original. So things that are not original, we can certainly work with them to fix that.
Thank you, Candace. I think thank you for that, because the message that I believe I would like to give is, number one, I'm glad that you came to us beforehand. Thank you. But we want to be helpful. We don't want anything to harm this historic structure. And if there is waterproofing that is needed, that can be done on the interior?
And we've done that.
Okay, so,
And we've tried graffiti, like the graffiti, the stuff that was recommended. I mean, this is basically watching 10 years of your decisioning, and then last year seeing houses that reported very similar issues with disjointed structures, but they were painted and they came to seek approval after the fact. I'm a business owner here and I maintain, you know, I'm on a city board as well. So I didn't want to like show up and have painted my house and try to say oopsie. But at the end of the day, like we, you know, I've been active in Wesley Heights is like planning and different events and know that maintaining brick is of utmost importance. The issue is that our house was not cared for and maintained like other structures. And so it's one of those, for the last 10 years, we've been, you know, chasing and trying to fix and trying to make it look, but nothing would make it look uniform beyond just, as you said, like rebuilding the side. Like, are there grants for that? Like, how do you know, if that is going to be the takeaway recommendation?
before we jump to that though,
Okay.
it does not sound like, for instance, you had masons engaged like the one that was referenced.
Oh, we have. I'm part of the Brooklyn Collective, which is a historic 120-year-old church right up the street. The Masons that support that have come and provided, you know, it's the idea that there have been houses recently approved after the fact that had very similar situation that were approved to being painted. And so that's where we're, you know, as far as in terms of cost and where we are, that's where I'm here trying to investigate as a homeowner.
Yeah, I think we're talking past each other because
Okay.
I hear what you're saying. But Candace, I think you were gonna.
I was just going to give a reminder that unfortunately cost is not in our purview. Also, it just went out of my head, the other.
Sure. I can help. So, you know, we have professional masons on staff. You know, historic masonry is very different. We have very specific products that we approve for removing paint. You know, of course, they may have tried products that aren't working because we use the products that the National Park Service uses. There was a house that painted their brick in Wilmore and came to this commission. The commission denied it and they removed all the paint. It was a bright blue house and they were successful in removing all of the paint from it. So, you know, we know it works. We have an example in Oakland Park where that also happened, where they painted the brick and they used the products we recommended. And this was multiple layers of paint that this removed. So yeah, I just don't know that everything's been, all of our resources have been extended or I'm losing my words, but exhausted. And that, you know, we're glad to help provide very specific resources at the staff level and some recommendations. I don't think anyone's asking to rebuild walls or anything. I think it was just an example Candace was providing to say that like, it's not going to be perfect. It's a historic house. You know, the charm sometimes of these houses is the imperfections. But we can certainly help with like, yeah, it's been neglected and that's why we're here to help bring these houses back to life and be a partner to the property owners. So anyway, Candace, is there anything specific or?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Commissioner Holtz and then Commissioner Taylor.
Just, I applaud your efforts so far. I think that you have made a good case for a lot of disparate condition, and I appreciate the documentation that you provided on that. Before we look into that aspect, though, I would strongly encourage you to address the repair issues before looking at painting the brick, because I think, and I understand you may have done so, but I think again, in consultation with staff and using those resources, it would be worth another turn to use those resources and address those things prior to asking us to consider painting.
And my biggest concern about all of those things was I didn't want to be the person blamed for the disparate work, right? So you have part of your policy is that you can't be the person that caused the disparate work in order to get it painted. And so this is sort of, I was, again, trying, as monitoring the tide of how things have evolved in terms of the cases that you guys have seen. I saw that there were two houses that, and based on their application after the fact, seem very similar to what we have not done.
So just a reminder that we're not a precedent-setting board either. So just because that last group got approved doesn't mean that necessarily that you will. Also, this tricolor brick is pretty rare, and like trying to match it is very difficult. I mean, I think I've worked recently with one of the commissioners on their own project that was having tricolor brick. So it is very difficult to find a match, and it does look like it's textured too, which adds a whole nother layer. So once it's painted, you can try to get the paint off in the future, but it will be very, very difficult. Just because of the texture of this brick. And we do have products and multiple layers that you can try to get off those minor graffitis. But if you do this entire house, that's going to be a disaster to try to take it off. But once again, this is historic tricolor brick.
And thank you for pointing that out, because there was a house a street over that was being demolished. And so we made an agreement with the homeowner when they tore it down that we could get their bricks and maybe we could start, and ours wasn't texture, even though that looks like the tricolor looks the same. Anyways, you're the expert, but it is hard to match.
Commissioner Taylor?
So just out of curiosity, much like we listen to engineers or arborists on trees or whatnot, if the applicant got a brick expert or two opinion that this is not salvageable or I can't do anything with this, do we take that as, yeah, she's proven her point?
To be an expert in historic masonry.
Yeah.
But we also have one right here.
Right.
So who has not
I
evaluated
can push
it?
back on Candace.
You can, absolutely. But we don't have, yes, expert testimony is always welcome. And I think, we're limited in the fact that we just have pictures right now rather than, any sort of, to your point, expert report on anything or anyone who's made a site visit. We do have someone who has signed up to speak if we are still taking comments. So just continue your conversation, but before you close, we have another speaker.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant?
I just have a comment. I have a Tudor. I have a 1940 brick Tudor with disparate parts, brick, stone, bad repairs. Not as plentiful as yours are, but I do look at it as Christy, I think, already expressed as it's part, it shows it's the history of the house and it's part of the character of the house. And I have a house down the street that painted their Tudor ranch. It was a Tudor ranch. So similar case. It's not a total Tudor, but a Tudor ranch. Completely ruined the character of the Tudor by doing what they did. So it's a hard, I'm just saying, I guess I just wanted to say I empathize with your situation, experiencing something similar, and then also was so disappointed to see what happened at the transformation of it's so cute and it has so much character. I wish, for me, I wish there was a way to fix, whatever parts that can be fixed, the mortar that's been pushed out.
And we've tried that. I don't know, you used a special term, but it's not the type of mortar that just chips off. I can't remember the term you used for it, but it was in there. But that was all of this oozing of that was just cheap concrete mix. And so that actually became more adhesive to the brick, which when, you do anything to it, it basically makes the brick that's brittle. And I think the water infiltration part, because it didn't have gutters for, a really long time, we've tried to solve, it's like one of those things where you're like, okay, well, let's try this and then see what happens to give it some, assessment. And I mean, I know it's a big deal. I think I awkwardly ran into you one time and it was like, that's going to be me. I'm going to be that person asking. But I think that I love the character of the house and I love our neighborhood. I just would love to not be embarrassed, I guess, is the best part of sinking a ton of money and loving a house so much. And then it just.
So your water infiltration
Mhm.
issues, that's one of the reasons why we're kind of questioning painting the brick. If you still have water issues and you paint the brick.
No, so the water issues and the bug issues and all the other things are because just randomly all of a sudden, old grout just falls out and we have a hole in our house.
Yeah, so painting won't fix that. You need to you need to repoint the mortar. But what I was going to say is that brick is a porous surface. So water vapor goes in and out of your house through the brick. You take a shower, heat in the winter, humidifiers. Right now your house can breathe. And when you paint it, you are putting a mask on the house so it can't breathe. And what that does is it traps moisture. And eventually you're going to end up with many more problems from painting your brick on the exterior of your house. Structurally, the brick will spall, the paint will come off. It's not just a matter of appearance. It's a matter of we want to help you maintain this house for years to come, and painting it traps moisture and doesn't allow the house to breathe like it can now, and it causes all sorts of issues. So that's why another reason why the commission is very thoughtful about allowing painted brick is not just the change in character that was mentioned with the Tudor and the colors, but it's because it's harmful to the house. Because this brick was not meant to be painted. There is some brick that was meant to be painted, brick that wasn't fired well, brick from the 1700s, 1800s that you'll see in Old Town Alexandria and Georgetown. But this brick specifically was not meant to be painted, and painting it will harm your house. So that's kind of the heart of this issue. And why we're asking, have the repairs been made? Are you still having water issues? The disparate parts, can we fix that another way other than paint? Because ultimately it is very harmful to the house and it will cause you more issues in the future. So we're trying to look out for you and the future money that you might have to spend, even though money isn't in our purview, but we're trying to look out for you, long-term maintenance issues that are caused by painting brick. So I think we've said what we've had to say. We have another person who wants to speak, who has signed up.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay.
Caller, are you in the room? No.
It's in the room.
Oh, in the room.
We've had someone sign up to speak.
And let the record show that Commissioner Barth has to leave the meeting.
Okay, and the speaker has chosen not to speak.
And the speaker no longer wants to speak.
Thank
So over to you, Chair Hawkins.
All right, we will now close for deliberation. All right, commissioners.
Anything else? Do you want to ask if there's anything before you close?
Oh, sorry.
Kent would like to say before you close.
I'll reopen.
Yeah.
Anything else for the applicant?
Sure. I just want to say that I'm not coming here lightly, that we've met with multiple contractors. And one of the things I wanted to have on the record before we, is trying to do what we can to maintain our house. And so open to all suggestions regarding the products that are used, if it is, possible to be approved. But I promise you that we've explored options, the incohesiveness of the property. And then now that you guys have this, after watching, the person that was before me, you now have evidence of the facts. So if we do repairs, will those future repairs that might cause more disparate looking things be held against me. Because I think that that was part, like the part 2 of the standard was that you guys in rare circumstances approve, but the repairs can actually be caused by the current homeowner.
And that's where our resident masonry, mason on staff comes in and can answer those questions and provide that expertise to you.
Yes, so any new repairs would have to be in line with the historic structure and match the historic brick and mortar and should be done well
It needs a COA.
and needs a COA for sure.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay, anything else from the commissioners for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, we are now closed. All right, commissioners. Thoughts?
I'm sorry, I feel straightforward,
Okay.
unless anybody has any.
Okay. I don't know whether. I guess I'd ask, are you looking at denying straight up or continuing?
Continuing for what reason? No, I'm asking continuing for what reason? To do what?
What,
To give her an opportunity to either bring back expert testimony or to have our expert confer with her on site and then come back and report to us.
and I would say the only reason so is because the applicant is open to suggestions. She brought an example of materials that she was leaning towards, but our resident mason has shared that from what the data she's collected in her professional opinion is not the ideal product. So perhaps we can have the applicant work with either Candace or another expert mason to come back with more evidence.
And she's expressed being amenable to that.
Staff would prefer a historic mason.
Historic mason, not any mason, historic mason. So, because it doesn't sound like that's been explored or exhausted
Okay.
just yet.
So I'll move to continue this application, given the applicant an opportunity to work with Candace or a historic mason to assess the house and see if there's any way that work can be, or the house can be improved prior to painting.
And
In masonry, 5.4, or sorry, is it 5.4 or 5.5?
5.6, or 5.5 through 5.6.
Oops, sorry, 5.5 through 5.6.
Great. Any motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. Let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to continue passes 8-0.
Okay, thank you. Our next application
you.
is
Thank you.
demolition at 712
I'm
Temple.
gonna need to leave.
We have some folks that need to leave.
We have some folks that need to leave. Okay, we have 11 people, quorum is 6.
So 1,
Uh,
3, 4, 5, 6.
at
think it's
7, this is demolition. Let's take like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so Commissioner Holtz has left, Commissioner Parati has returned, Commissioner
Whitlock needs to leave.
Whitlock is recusing. Is leaving? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Commissioner Taylor. Okay, so this next application, I believe they have joined us remotely. Is that true? All right, this application is for demolition. It is at, hold on, the evidentiary hearing for 712 Templeton Avenue is for demolition. They have provided its full demolition of the building. They provided digital photos of the building, architectural details, a property survey, elevation drawings, and the Zotwall survey. So it is located here on Templeton. Here is the surrounding context with the Zotwall surveys. The house in question is in yellow. There are many, many photos of the house in question on slides 7 and 8. Slide 9 is the property survey. Slide 10 provides additional dimensions. The property survey again, slide 11. And then measured drawings of the as-built conditions are included on slides 12 and 13. Shelley, are you with us?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep. Have you joined
sorry,
us?
I was having trouble getting it unmuted. I can't get the video to start either. Do you need the video?
If at all possible, we really would love that. Have you been sworn in, Shelley?
I have not.
Okay, so we'll swear you in.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Shelley, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Let's see here. Sorry, I probably missed some of what you were saying because I was trying to figure out how to get this camera working, but
Just
it
went
doesn't
through
look...
that you have all the required documentation.
Okay.
And really, we can't vet demolition, but we do require complete applications.
Okay. So, so you're saying I do have everything you need?
The commission will make that final decision, but
okay.
Yes, you
I
do.
walked through everything.
We have
Okay,
everything
I
we
think
need.
I do. I think I do, but I'm happy to provide something if we're missing something. So I guess there was a supplemental letter before I start that was introduced by the homeowner. Just kind of wanted you guys to be aware of that, talking about how much they love this home and neighborhood, and we're not approaching a demolition application here lightly. We've gone through, previous homeowners have gone through several renovations on this house as well as the current owners who also came to you in the last couple of years to get approval for an addition at the rear. But during the initial stages of construction for the previous approved addition, found some structural issues and things that started just making the project cost prohibitive. And so now, after consulting with several builders and kind of looking at what the client's needs are, it's just not feasible to renovate this house further to get what they need here. And so a couple of various contractors have recommended that we'd, I know that you guys don't really take cost into the equation here, but tearing it down and rebuilding it is going to be the most cost-effective way to renovate this house for the client's needs than to continue working on what's there now. So the previous set of plans that you guys approved, the addition was all kind of tucked in the rear, and I believe it was approved under a staff approval or a consent hearing. But when they opened things up to start trying to figure out the addition, found out that the structure there was not adequate to support the second floor, and increasing the height of the second floor floor joist was just going to throw the addition taller than the original ridge. So we kind of ended up back in front of you guys to maybe request demolition now and put a new house here. And I guess the first thing that I will point out, like I said, is that the client really loves this neighborhood. We're not approaching this lightly. And while they've tried to, come up with a plan to save this house, we're not finding something that's going to meet their needs here within a budget that works for this particular client. So with that said, I'd like to point out here on this first slide with the street elevations that the house has a very kind of unique streetscape here. There's a lot of different style of houses on both sides of the street as well as the neighboring blocks. And there are also a couple of new construction already on this site. The house at the corner of Myrtle and Templeton Avenue I think both corners.
Shelley, can I
have been-
interrupt you?
Sure.
Are you asking to drop down the stay at all, or are you just working through the process?
I'm not sure. Like, we are working actively right now on new plans, so we do have new plans ready to submit to you guys within, the appropriate
90
time
days.
period.
Yeah, I think what you're getting into with your presentation is getting a little bit into new construction. So we can make this really quick for you if you'd like us to. Okay?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, great.
So basically, I guess I could just give you a little history on the house.
Shelley, I mean, we don't need
If you want to go faster, that's fine.
we don't need you to do anything else.
Okay.
We're ready. We're ready to move on if you are.
Okay.
Okay, unless you're trying to make the case that the house, is not historic, or you're trying to, shorten the stay. This is a really quick vote.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I guess what questions do you have for me?
Perfect. Commissioner. Oh, she had a question. Oh.
I don't think we have any questions.
Oh, I thought you had a question.
No.
Okay.
No questions, no calls.
All right, no questions. Okay, so we'll go ahead and close for deliberation.
Yeah. Perfect.
All right, well, then in that case.
I'll make a motion. So step one, I move to determine this application is complete with all required documentation provided by the applicant. And
you have a second?
Yep.
Do you have motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Sullivan? Discussion? Nope. All right. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor? Yes. Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote passes 7-0.
I move to determine that the building has special significance and value toward maintaining the character of Dilworth Historic District because it is a contributing property on the national, no, it's not a contributing property. The year of construction and architectural style.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bell. Discussion on the motion? None? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor? Yes. Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern? Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote passes 7-0.
Okay, I move to approve the project with a 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district. Receipt of accurate measure drawings of the building to be demolished are required for HDC records before plans for new construction will be considered by this commission.
And if you just want to note that we do have those plans.
And we do have those plans.
Thank you.
Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Discussion on the motion? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern? Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote passes 7-0.
Congratulations, Shelley.
Okay, thanks. So, and we have to wait 90 days, right? Before we can bring new plans?
That's about what our scheduling is at anyway. So
okay,
we'll work with you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll reach out to you soon to review.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and we have Commissioner Sullivan needs to leave the room and leave the meeting. So then we have 6. We have enough. We have one more case.
Can we do one more case, everyone?
No.
We have 6.
We have
need
6. We need 6.
Currently have 7.
It's up to y'all.
Now we have 6. Thank you.
It's up to y'all. It's 6:54.
Brett? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Okay.
All
I
right,
think it
let's
could be
get this
quick.
last one.
Okay, This last application is 1823 Cleveland Avenue. The applicant's with us in the room. Nathan, have you been sworn in? Oh, Nathan, you missed it on the last time. All right, quickly be sworn in.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
The evidentiary hearing for 1823 Cleveland Avenue is for site work. This is at the Leeper Wyatt Building. It was, as everyone knows, it was relocated next to the former Bonterra, soon to be Lulia Hall. The application is for on slide 12, an integrated patio to connect the two spaces. There is a ramp at the front to access for ADA and then a ramp at the back. So everything kind of flows, it's maybe not a ramp, but access to their building in the back. The addition is back here that was previously approved, and I'll remind the commission of what the site looks like. The only really comment staff had was about the visibility of the building and how the proposed railing blocks the visibility of the building. And that given they have a very glassy addition on the top, perhaps consideration of a glassy railing might be something unique and modern to add, but also not block the view of the building. The staff's other comments are on slide 4 and 5. And with that, Nathan, I will turn the floor over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
I'm Nathan Smith. I live at 2716 Morrison Street
In Charlotte?
in Charlotte,
And what's your zip code?
28208.
Perfect, thank you. If you would speak loudly, clearly into the mic and keep it as concise as possible. I am starting you on slide 12.
Okay. So this is showing the overall site plan of the Leluya project and the Leeper building with a detailed plan showing the scope of work. This project, so where we will have the grade at the front by the public way slopes up. So we will need steps as well as a ramp to access the building. ADA ramp, that's the bigger thing. And then there's a raised patio and then a patio at grade with the 1829 Cleveland Avenue, the Leluya Hall project. And there is not a step at the back portion where the brick is. Yeah, down that walkway. There's a step there to the back, a service exit entry, but planned south of that, there's no step for ADA accessibility. So here are sections showing the extent of work and the whole project, where the railings will be on the side in between the two buildings, and a new MEP fence enclosure for any ground units that the Leeper building will need. We're proposing that to be out of pine, dimensional pine, painted black. And this is a front elevation showing the proposed ramp and proposed stairway in relation to the Leluya project. Street elevations and architectural details of the raised walls for the patio. A railing detail as well up there. And then enclosure details showing dimensions and materials. And then the approved civil set for the Leeper building. And Nope, that's all I have.
We have an unknown caller. If you've called into the Historic District Commission meeting, we are on number 15, 1823 Cleveland Avenue. No? Okay. For you, Chair Hawkins.
All right. So question for you, and Christy opened up with this. Is there any opportunity or are you all open to changing the type of railing that is on the front elevation of the building?
There are possibilities. We chose this railing because it matches with what was approved and installed at Lilia Hall. So with the current railing design, we're trying to make a cohesive plot between the two projects.
But I think the issue is the grade is different, and on the other property, it's at grade, it's not in front of the building. Whereas in the case of the Leap White building, it is elevated and blocking the building. So, you know, just curious if you guys were open to it or not.
There are options to be explored. If the suggestion of glass would be the clearest one, because there are, of course, code issues or code regulations for the size of balusters and that type of thing. So anything other than a glass would be similar to what we have now.
Yeah, I think the suggestion is glass.
Yeah.
I mean,
right? Or something clear. Sorry, not clear. I'm not, something clear.
yeah, I disagree. It's the easiest way to say that, I think.
Okay, tell us.
Well, where is there, they have an atrium on top of the building, which I get, but to introduce glass as a handrail on Cleveland Avenue seems like a big divergent from the rest of Dilworth area, except for maybe storefront on the East Boulevard.
It's literally on the building itself, but okay.
Do you have other suggestions for how not to block? So
But I think that's a poor representation of what it's gonna look like. I mean,
Okay.
Go to the detail and you'll see it's more open than what that line is gonna look like. I mean, so I don't know what distance this is from there, but when you're looking at it from across the street and in elevation view, I mean, all you see is a bunch of tight lines. That's not how it's gonna read in real life.
Okay.
Commissioner Taylor, did you happen to go by this property before?
I've been, in the last 2 weeks.
Yes. No? Okay. The only reason I'm asking is because Christy and I were out there a couple of weeks ago, and it seemed like they have some grade in front of this building, but not 5 steps, maybe like 2 to 3. And so we're actually concerned that this is a misrepresentation of the actual height of the whole situation. Have you guys done a field survey of when the building has been set on the ground and what it is today? Is this accurate to what that is?
The conditions of how it is now have not been field verified.
Okay.
We do have a contractor on the project now and have not heard any discrepancies with what the civil drawings are showing us right now, which is what these drawings are based on.
So that's a completely different
Yeah.
story.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I was asking, because I don't think it's.
We're thinking they just used the presentation from before and just added trailers.
Yeah. So, yeah. I'm not in favor of glass. If this is not accurate, then it needs to be, yeah.
Yeah.
To be continued. You know, another recommendation I would have is like, this is already installed, like Nathan bringing a picture of what this looks like installed. Another thing would be like put a section of railing in perspective and take a picture, like have someone hold it, take a picture so you can see what the actual end product will look like to help make your case. Does that make
Yeah.
sense to the commission?
That the Luluya project also uses a very similar railing to
Yeah.
that, and we do have final pictures of that
Bring
that have been.
pictures of that. Yeah.
Okay.
That too. Yeah. that
Yeah.
too.
So get a final verification on the grade.
Yeah, because we could be trying to solve for a problem that isn't really a problem.
Yeah, like you might not need handrail. How far off the ground is it?
Okay.
I also think the staff suggestion on the perspective for all of it, not just this detail, but for all of it, because you look at that site plan, I think it just would help to have a perspective of how these, because it's two buildings and it's a connection to the two buildings and just how it all looks cohesively.
Works together.
Mhm.
Understood.
Are we closed? We're not closed yet. Okay. Let's close for deliberation. I think we have a motion. So it sounds like we need more information in regard, like a field verification, so that it can determine really what the grade and the height will be for the patio. We would like a perspective of how it all looks together. The Lilia, I think I'm saying that right, and the Leaper Wire building. But also having pictures of what the banisters or the railing would look like from the pedestrian perspective in front of the building. What else did we say?
We can just go
I-
from staff.
I was going to say the same thing.
Okay,
Oh, we didn't hear you.
We could go from the staff notes.
let's do it.
I make a motion.
Okay.
My final motion to continue this application for a few things. One, we want to make sure that we're maintaining the historic grading and elevation within public view per standard 8.6, number 1. So we'd be looking to get a realistic set of drawings, what's the word? Accurate, thank you, Commissioner Taylor, set of drawings that reflect the conditions, the number of stairs, the street view, that sort of thing. We would like to have a study done of the grading issues that require a true retaining wall per standard 8.7, number 11. It has to be functional, not decorative. We want to maintain the historic rolled curb per standard 8.4, number 1. We want a planting strip of 18 inches to 24 inches between the fences and the walls and the public right-of-way per standard 8.7, number 11. We want to confirm that there will be a planting strip between the new paving and the building foundation per standard 8.2, number 8. We want to, depending on the accurate drawings we get, potentially restudy the handrail material and design, taking precedent from the community, the neighborhood Dilworth community. Per standard 8.4, number 5. And that states that setbacks must be clear of plantings and structures that obstruct the view of the main building on a property. We need perspective drawings to better show the final project outcome. Pictures of the adjacent building with the railing is also helpful. As far as the walkway patio goes, we walkways and walks in front and side yards, or those that are substantially visible from the street in new construction should follow the historic design patterns of the surrounding environment per standard 8.2, number 2. So that should be demonstrated. And the mechanical enclosure, we need a restudy of the height of the mechanical enclosure. 6 feet is typically the max height for fencing or screening per standard 8.6, number 4.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Parati, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion? All right, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue passes 7-0. 6-0, excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you. Minutes, anybody?
Yes, did anybody read the minutes? Oh, which one?
Perfect. Commissioner Kerr.
April?
I did May.
We got both. Come on, let's go.
Any changes?
Not for me.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion for the April meeting minutes.
To approve the April minutes as written.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Kern, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve the April meeting minutes as written passes 6-0.
I make a motion to approve the May meeting minutes as written.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Kern? Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve the May meeting minutes as written passes 6-0. Okay. We have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? This meeting is adjourned at 7:11 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.